Hello and welcome to Petri Get IT Teams Day, a day full of packed information from IT pros around the globe who are going to help you get more out of your Microsoft Teams operation. We'll have everything from concepts to compliance to choosing the best devices, and we also have Microsoft kicking off the keynote here just in a few minutes. As the day proceeds, make sure to check back at petri.com/conferences where you can find a link to download all the slides and session materials that you will see in here today. But with that, we are going to kick things off here with our keynote.
Welcome everyone, and thank you so much for joining me today. I'm Nicole Herskowitz, General Manager for Microsoft Teams. It's great to be here with you at this Get IT Teams Day event. COVID-19 has fundamentally changed the way we work, learn, and live. As Satya said this spring, we've seen 2 years worth of digital transformation in just 2 months. No one knows this better than you, the IT pro admins, the consultants, the DevOps managers, partners, and help desk managers. You were given a Herculean task, going from work from office status quo to enabling your employees to work from anywhere on any device securely. I mean, wow, what you have done is nothing short of amazing. And during this time, we've been listening to you and your feedback and what the future will look like and how we can support you. Let's take a quick look at one of our customers, CenturyLink.
Getting the right things done always starts with customers. Our sales organization needed ways to interface and still support customers. The Teams migration allowed us to effectively manage our business without missing a beat. In 2 weeks, we were able to roll out Teams to 70% of our 42,000 employees in the company. And within 4 weeks, we were able to roll it out globally. The fact that it had voice calling capabilities to collaboration via video capabilities, all of which played a really critical role in helping us through a very challenging transition.
At Microsoft, we also conduct extensive customer research to observe, to learn, and to imagine what the future of work will look like. We recently published findings in the Work Trend Index report, and one thing was very clear. Our work and our workspaces are becoming more fluid, and this is changing where, when, and how we work. Let's start with where we work. The pandemic has shown us that we can do more outside the office than we ever imagined. Our research found that over 80% of managers say they expect to have more flexible work from home policies post-pandemic. Now, when we work, as we look at Teams usage data over the past few months, we see the boundaries around 9 to 5, Monday through Friday work schedule begin to crumble. People are now working different hours, with the workday increasing on average by 1 hour in duration. And finally, how we work. As we balance work and life through the lens of a video call, our research shows us that it may be changing workplace culture. While people feel more empathetic toward their colleagues now that they have a better view of life at home, nearly 60% of people say they feel less connected to their colleagues since moving to remote work. And our research also used biosensors to monitor the brainwaves associated with overwork and stress, and confirmed that online meetings lead to more fatigue than in-person collaboration. To meet these changing needs of remote work and learning, we've accelerated the delivery of new features in Microsoft Teams, with more than 100 new capabilities in the last 6 months. In this timeframe, we also saw massive growth in usage. Teams now has more than 75 million daily active users. Teams saw more than 200 million Teams meeting participants in a single day, and these participants generated more than 5 billion meeting minutes in a single day. And while we're humbled by this momentum and the usage of Teams, we're not stopping here. We also know that no single app can solve all of your needs to stay productive, to be agile, and to create opportunities for modernization. This is why we built Teams to be not an app, but a platform, enabling your users to seamlessly work across an ecosystem of applications together in one place. We have a growing ecosystem of over 600 third-party applications and services available directly in Teams. So apps like SAP, Salesforce, Jira, Adobe, WebEx, and many more that your business relies on today are already inside of Teams. We're committed to helping you through every step of establishing the new normal, from the early period of navigating the now during COVID-19 crisis response to shaping the future of improved ways of work. Our job is to support you across these three key areas, enabling secure remote work, reducing costs and managing risks, and transforming your organizational productivity. Let's start by looking into the first areas around secure remote work and managing costs and risks. It's important to understand that at Microsoft, we run on trust. Now more than ever, people need to know that their information is private and secure. At Microsoft, privacy and security are never an afterthought. It is our commitment to you, not only during this challenging time, but always. And to ensure this, we always control key elements in Teams, like the ability to decide who from outside your organization can join meetings directly and who should wait in the lobby for someone to let them in. The ability to use conditional access to set risk-based policies for access based on signals such as user or group membership, device, IP location information, and more. And data is encrypted in transit and at rest. And knowing that Teams supports more than 90 regulatory standards and laws. And as we continue to innovate with Teams, we know that it's critical to continue to bring new capabilities that help you manage and secure your end users in Teams. This year, nearly 1 out of 3 new features that we released were based on securing and managing the platform. As a matter of fact, in July alone, we released 15 new features, such as tenant-wide controls for things like who can present or share screens in meetings, and the ability to install apps remotely via Teams Admin Center. We also have heard from many of you that while you're facing difficult times, it's also providing some opportunities to innovate in new ways and streamline processes. We recognize that as you look to innovate to better support your hybrid and remote workforce, there aren't enough programmers, data scientists, and tech professionals to go around. There's an opportunity to empower your employees using Teams to leverage the Power Platform. Our goal with the Power Platform is to provide a platform designed to support the needs of technology experts and the million of other frontline workers who see opportunities every day to create something better than the status quo. The Microsoft Power Platform implements this vision via several cloud-based products, including Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agents. Power Apps is our low-code application development platform, allowing anyone to build web and mobile applications without writing code. The natural extension and connection between Power BI and Power Apps makes it effortless to put the insights into the people who need it most. With Teams, we provide the opportunity to bring low-code apps, virtual agents, and workflows into the Teams platform to help streamline your business processes and empower your employees. Microsoft wants to help you and ensure you have everything you need to pilot, deploy, manage, and secure your new norm. And we have some great assets to help you. First, adoption.microsoft.com is our new resource landing page with everything you need to help drive understanding, usage, and adoption of M365 apps, including Teams. Microsoft Learn provides online courses that will take you through everything from setup to security, all for free. And 13 new interactive guides and learning paths on Teams will be available by Ignite. A fully redesigned Microsoft 365 roadmap helps you better understand what features and functionality are coming to the product to help you better prepare for changes. And our Teams Tech community blogs and forums provide you with the latest information, as well as the ability to connect with hundreds of thousands of IT pros like yourself to hear how they're solving the same issues that you have. Next, our long-running Microsoft Mechanics series has hundreds of videos providing real-world deep dive demos of new features and functionality. Our Fast Track program provides free resources and support for IT pros to help you deploy, manage, and secure your infrastructure. From security baselines to scores, we have new free tools to help you evaluate, understand, and improve your security positioning across your organization. And finally, dots.microsoft.com provides technical guides, tips and tricks, and gotchas from every phase of the lifecycle. Again, I want to thank you for partnering and trusting us to have your back in these unique times. We're excited to have you join us at Ignite in just a few weeks, where we'll showcase how we can continue to innovate and help you with the new normal. Thank you.
The session has now concluded. Don't forget to download your handout at petri.com/conferences or tune into one of our many other sessions during Get IT Teams Day. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, hello everybody, this is Tony Redmond. I'm going to talk to you today about Teams, give you an introduction, talk a little bit about the architecture, give you an insight into some of the foundational elements of Teams so we can set the stage for other sessions later on in the day. So if you're a Petri.com reader, you probably know me because I write on a fairly frequent basis about anything to do with Office 365, including Teams. And in fact, I've covered Teams since the original launch of the product in preview in November 2016. Apart from that, my other major occupation is that I'm the lead author for this thing called the Office 365 for IT Pros ebook, which is a book that we publish every month. And the reason why we publish it every month, or republish it every month, is that there's so much change inside Office 365 that standard publishing models just don't work for it. Last year, for example, in the previous edition of the book, we updated over 300 made over 300 chapter changes during the year. Just give you an example of the kind of change that bubbles up within the service. Anyway, enough of me. Let's talk about Teams. So Teams launched in November 2016 and shipped very soon thereafter, but general availability in a couple of months. It's now Microsoft's fastest growing Office 365 application. And well, we got to take Microsoft's word for that. I'm not sure I buy it completely, because the two competing applications to it would be Exchange Online, which of course was the fastest growing application early on because the initial workload to migrate to Office 365 was Exchange, and lots and lots and lots of mailboxes went over there in the early days, and then of course SharePoint. But you know, Microsoft says it's the fastest growing, so we'll accept that. It's taken a recent spike to over 75 million daily active users, which happened in April 2020. That's when they last recorded a number. A lot of that spike was due to two things. One was the education market, and the second was working from home due to the pandemic, when lots of people moved to Teams. The point about it is, though, is that I think that there's no doubt there's a lot of interest in Teams. It's not a thing that's going to take over from email or SharePoint anytime soon. But what it is, it's a fulcrum for work within Office 365. It brings together so many parts of Office 365, and that's the important thing to keep in the back of your mind, because as we'll see, Teams is built on lots and lots of things drawn from all over Office 365. Microsoft have got a couple of different variants out there. There's Teams for Personal Life has just been launched. Teams Free to give people the opportunity to run a fairly complete implementation of Teams for up to 250 users. Teams Education, which has got a lot of added bells and whistles to deal with classwork, grading assignments and so forth and so on. And of course, Teams Enterprise, which is what we're going to focus on mostly here. So the fundamentals of Teams are as laid out here. And the reason why I call them fundamentals is that if you don't get a handle on these topics, you're not going to be able to do Teams well. Now, some other speakers will cover other parts of this later on, like groups in particular. But I want to make that point straight up front. If you don't know Azure Active Directory, if you can't get your heads around users and groups and how conditional access policies works and how expiration and naming those policies work, if you don't know how groups work and the identity model that groups enforces and the security model it uses and how it grants access to people, and then you don't understand how Teams uses Exchange Online and Teams uses SharePoint and OneDrive and so forth and so on, you're not really going to be able to do a good job with Teams. Teams is not a thing that you learn from Teams itself or just all about Teams itself. If you're going to manage Teams, you need to understand these fundamental technologies that lie behind Teams to be able to do a good job. So to define Teams, I would say, firstly, it's a cloud-only application. This does not exist on premises. It could never exist on premises. And why? Because it draws together so many different parts of the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. So if you're to try to implement this on premises, you would have to do all the integration work yourself. And as we've seen in the past, for example, when Exchange 2013 and SharePoint 2013 came out, there was a big effort to make the two on-premises apps work together. It took something like 54 different steps to integrate the two together before they could work. And if you're to try to do that for Teams, you'd be integrating bits of Azure here, bits of Exchange, bits of SharePoint, bits of OneDrive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It would just be a mess. So if we look at it from an application itself, it's got two big parts. One is that it's a persistent messaging app. Messages are sent between people. They can be anything up to 25 kilobytes long. They can have attachments and so forth and so on. They're persistent because they're stored in a data store and they're not removed. They're never removed except through an action of a user or by the system for retention processing. There's personal messaging, which is called chats and group chats, ranging from one-to-one conversations right up to conversations with 100 people, which is called a group chat. And then you've got these things called channel conversations. Now, a team by itself, if you go and just create a team, you get a team with a single channel. That channel is called general. And in fact, you can think of it, the general channel is the instantiation of the team, because that's where conversations lie and that's where applications are tied to. Over time, you can build the team out so that it has more channels. But essentially, the channels are a division of a team where people have conversations about set topics. And you can have up to 200 channels in a team. I'm not recommending that anybody goes out and builds a team from scratch with 200 channels, because you'll only confuse people. Like anything else in life, keeping things simple is a really good idea. The other part of Teams is meetings and callings and voice and all that sort of stuff. And Stale Hansen and Tom Arbonat will be talking about that later on. Essentially, you can think of this as video and audio communications, anything from personal calls to large meetings to live events to a replacement of the traditional PBXs. So, with the Teams meeting, it's very easy to go and schedule a meeting for up to 300 people or up to 1,000 people if you have a Teams advanced communications license. And all of those people can interact during the meeting. They can share documents, they can do whiteboard sessions, they can chat during the meeting and so forth and so on. And then the meeting can then be recorded and stored and streamed for people to look at later on. So, if you think of Teams as these two specific parts, you've got messaging and meetings, and then to add to it, add to the out-of-the-box functionality, if you will, you've got this big development platform where Teams is trying to make itself the fulcrum for for teamwork, as it says within Office 365. And that means that you can add in things like bots and apps and so forth and so on, channel tabs, to add the functionality you need in Teams. And if you want to think of it another way, to stop people going outside Teams because they never need to, because everything is in Teams. In terms of clients, Teams is built on Electron, which is an application framework that allows you to then throw off different variants of the application that work on different platforms. So one way of thinking about it is, in fact, the browser version of Teams is what you see on the desktop. It's got a wrapper around it, makes it look like a desktop application, but that's essentially what it is. In fact, Teams responds like a browser application a lot of the time because most of its processing is done on servers. And the desktop application, if you will, is the display part of the application. It takes information from the server and displays on it. But that doesn't mean that it's not very highly functional. It's something that, although it consumes a lot of memory on platforms, it does allow people to get works done, and most people like the way it looks. Some people complain the fact that it is mostly a single window. Microsoft is just rolling out multi-window support for chats and meetings and so forth. But essentially a lot of work gets done in that single main window. On the mobile side, there's pretty functional iOS and Android applications. You can't underestimate the importance of really good mobile apps today, and Teams is a great example of it. If you depend on Teams, if you depend on the discussions that are happening in a channel or a group chat, you need to be able to access that information when you're on the road, and the mobile apps do a pretty good job of that. And then there's this category of room and meeting devices, which are there to, if you go into a conference room and there's some sort of a big camera in front of you with a whole pile of microphones around it and stuff like that, or a big TV on the wall with communications wired into it, you can have these devices that run a variant of the Teams client, which will allow the room itself to connect and participate in the meeting. And Stally and Tom will be talking about that later on. So the point is, it's a fairly rich client infrastructure built off a common base, which means that you get roughly the same functionality everywhere. It might be delivered in a slightly different way to take account, for example, of the candy bar shape of most mobile phones, but essentially you get roughly the same functionality everywhere, no matter what client you use. And then, of course, behind the scenes, which I haven't mentioned, is that you have a whole pile of administrative APIs. We won't get to them just here. This is the logical architecture of Teams that Microsoft describes. And, it's one way of looking at things and saying, how do the bits all come together? And as you can see, reading from the left-hand side, you have a big thing called chat. And that big thing called chat is where everything starts. Everything starts with a chat. Even a meeting starts with a chat, because a meeting starts off from a thread which is created in a meeting space, and then you attach to things like video feeds and whatever. Chats, and then you can see all the bits that can be added to it, things like the tabs and the apps that might be involved, things like OneDrive, where people store personal documents, the activity feed, which pops up to let people know what's happening. Going over towards the right-hand side, you see the Microsoft 365 group, which controls the membership. Associated with the Microsoft 365 group, you've got a SharePoint team site. And then you've got channels which are linked into the team site, because every channel has got its own folder and so forth and so on. So, it's a pretty interesting kind of architecture, which is loosely coupled in some way, but highly dependent in others. Now, let's talk a little bit about data storage, because this is important to emphasize and maybe kill off some of the lingering misapprehensions that exist in this space. The first thing is that Teams messages live in the cloud. They're in Azure Cosmos DB. They're not in Exchange Online. I see this time after time. I even see this mistake made in Microsoft documentation where you see this assertion, oh yeah, you have Teams records are stored in Exchange Online and in the cloud. They're not. The definitive source of Teams data is stored in the cloud in Cosmos DB. Apart from that, you've got memory, which holds the latest messages, which are just there for fast performance, fast access. And then you have these compliance records, which we'll get to in another session later on today, which are ingested by the Microsoft 365 substrate to Exchange to enable things like communications compliance, e-discovery, content search, GDPR, data subject requests, and so forth and so on. These compliance records are not perfect copies of what is stored in Cosmos DB. They're there for a purpose, and we'll come back to that later on. Apart from that, you can see the other stuff that you can see that Teams uses a lot of data, lots of different types of data. And, there's some interesting things here, like in terms of files, there's a breakdown between SharePoint and OneDrive for Business. SharePoint takes care of anything to do with a team or a channel, whereas the OneDrive will take anything that is shared within a personal or group chat. Voicemail is stored in Exchange Online. Recordings start off in the Azure Media Service. It's kind of interesting when you start to record a Teams meeting, as we're doing now. A bot behind the scenes joins the meeting, and the bot then monitors the audio and the video streams for the meeting. And then when you close it off, the bot hands what it's captured over to the Azure Media Service where it's processed. And then when it's processed, it goes off to Stream, to Microsoft Stream, which is where some other processing is done, such as preparation for things like displaying multiple types of devices, auto captioning, and that sort of stuff. So, it's quite a complex but a really easy to use recording functionality, which is actually one of the things that I've picked up over the last while, is that the Stream guys say that the amount of data that they're recording on their service now has grown exponentially over the last number of months. And you can trace it all back to people having more Teams meetings. I think Microsoft said something like 4 billion minutes of Teams meetings. Well, if a lot of those are recorded, that's a lot of work for Stream to capture all that stuff. Apart from that, we also see like calendar meetings are stored in user group mailboxes, contacts, which are what you see in, when you're trying to schedule meetings or calls with people. They also come from Exchange. And then there's a whole pile of telemetry information, which is stored, which customers don't have an access to. The point is, lots of different types of data types. They're all stored in the most appropriate place, from Cosmos DB to Media to Azure to Exchange to SharePoint to OneDrive. And Teams, if you will, makes this one or creates this one interface which allows you to access all of this information as you need. Now, in terms of identities, the important thing to emphasize from this slide is that if you're a cloud-only tenant, in other words, all the identity is in Azure Active Directory, no problem, Teams will be able to handle you. On the other hand, if you're some form of hybrid operation, that's no problem as well. The sole caveat here is that, firstly, if you're a hybrid organization, you're going to have to make sure that you're on the right version of Exchange, which is Exchange 2016 CU3 or later. The second thing is that, in all reality, the best kind of Teams experience is when everything's in the cloud. Now, most stuff works perfectly, and Microsoft does its best to paper over any of the cracks that emerge. But I got to say, in my experience, things just happen better when all the mailboxes are in the cloud. I'll just put that out there for you. But the point is, no matter what type of hybrid, federated, or cloud-only identity you've decided your organization is going to use, you're going to be able to access Teams. Groups, and we have a second session on this that Steve Goodman is going to run. So I'm not going to go into this in too much detail, except to say that groups are really, really, really important for Teams. You have to get your head around it to understand how Teams work. Essentially, for every team, you have a group. And that group is the corner piece of the team because it controls membership. It also controls access. So every member of the group is a member of the team. And every member of the team has equal access to all of the resources that belong to the group, including things like SharePoint. And this is a thing that people who come from the SharePoint world sometimes don't fully get or question, because they're used to a far more granular membership access model that they would use for in standalone SharePoint or SharePoint Online. But the whole idea that Microsoft had in coming up with groups roughly about 6 years ago was that they would be this fulcrum for access to all sorts of different types of information, and that once you attached a group to a resource like SharePoint or like Power BI, users that were part of the group would get access to all of that resource at exactly the same level. And that's the way it works today. You only have inside a group one differentiation, and that's between owners and members. And the owners really only take care of membership management. They don't have any extra access powers to the resources within the group. And that's a really, really important thing for people to understand, because that is a cornerstone of how teams work. If you don't get groups right inside your tenant, you are not going to get teams right. And that's a really important thing to say. So to illustrate this point, when we look at how things operate, every team, as I said earlier, has a group. And when you create a new team through Teams, a whole pile of work happens in the background to provision group resources. So you see things like an Exchange Online mailbox is created for the group. And that group mailbox is going to be used for the calendar, but it's also going to be used to store compliance records that we talked about earlier. The same thing, the SharePoint team site is set up for the group, and it's attached to the group. A OneNote notebook is set up, and it's attached to SharePoint. And a chat workspace is then set up, which is this general channel, this default channel that I referred to earlier. You can't rename the general channel. It is the team in effect, but then you can have up to 199 other channels, which you can name whatever you like. The membership of a team, what Teams calls its roster, is synchronized between Azure Active Directory and Teams. There's background processes there that will go and they will check Azure Active Directory, which is the directory of record. So what Azure Active Directory says about the membership of a group is what Teams should see in terms of the membership that it uses. That's a very important point. Azure Active Directory is your directory of record. Okay. Teams has a concept called org-wide teams, but that's only for small to medium tenants up to 5,000 users. And what this means is that Microsoft will go and create a team that's got everybody in it. And that's intended to use for corporate communications. You don't have to use it. You can get rid of it if you like, but it just does it. Teams creates all these groups. Those groups are Exchange objects because they exist in Azure Active Directory, but they also exist in the Exchange directory. And the reason why they exist in the Exchange directory is that they're mail-enabled objects. You can email a group, but clearly you don't want. Maybe you do, and there are reasons why you might. But generally speaking, a decision was taken a couple of years ago that all of the groups created by Teams will be hidden from Exchange clients. So if you open up Outlook, you can see lots of other Microsoft 365 groups, but you can't see the groups used by Teams because they're hidden from the address list. And the reason why this was done is to stop people emailing Teams. There's no point in people emailing the groups used by Teams because the messages will certainly be delivered. They will go into the inbox in the group mailbox owned by the team, but guess what? Nobody's going to be reading that inbox. So what's the point of allowing people to do it? And then the final point, groups can be private or they can be public. So a public group is open to anybody. And so if you've got a team that uses a public group, anybody can join that team. On the other hand, if you want to make sure that only specific people are in a team, you'd use a private group. And this thing can be controlled by a sensitivity label. So you can have a sensitivity label, which is an Office 365 concept, which says, okay, here's a sensitivity label called private. And if I apply this sensitivity label to a team, then that team automatically becomes private. And so it'll control the switch behind the scenes that deals with that. That switch is called access type. Okay, so as you roll out teams, there are some groups policies that you need to talk about, that you need to actually have a handle on before you allow the deployment to get too far. It's kind of hard to reapply policy or retro-apply policy to if you've got 1,000 teams out there. So the kind of things I talk about to people is, okay, how are you going to control creation? Because by default, everybody can create a new team. Do you want that to happen? Some people like this very much. They find it liberating. They think that, yes, to enable collaboration, my company, I want anybody to be able to say, I need a new team. I will just spin one up, and I'll call it something like Aunt Jemima's jam making team, because I want to talk about jam making, and Aunt Jemima is an expert in it. And there are others that have a different view and say, hey, you know what? If we're going to have collaboration, we'll have collaboration in a fairly structured way, and we'll think about it and we'll plan about it, and we'll go and implement a particular structure. But if you want to have control, then you should have control from day one. And you should put in place a very clear policy that says who can create a new team, why they can create a new team, and how they will create a new team. Now, there are lots of technology that's out there that will allow people to go and build their own provisioning pipelines, if you will, using Power Automate and Flow, or third-party applications that control this kind of thing. But it is important to have a handle on it from the get-go. The next thing is naming. What do you call teams? You may think, it doesn't make any difference. But it does, because these are directory objects, so you want to be able to find them. So maybe a prefix is a good idea, so that you can find them by passing that prefix in a search against a Azure Active Directory. You'll find all the teams. Or maybe a prefix is better. Whatever decision you make, just make it and hold to it, and use a simple naming convention whenever possible. The next thing is expiration, and that means how long do you expect teams to last? Now, as we know from other collaboration objects, I'll put it like that, it's if you allow people to go ahead and create them, it's all too possible that there will be great activity in the team or group or whatever for a couple of months, and then it will tail off. And then you have to decide, well, what happens then? Well, what happens after the team finishes its natural life cycle? What do I do? Groups comes with an expiration policy that allows you to say, well, you know what, if I don't see any activity in a group after a year, I'll just get rid of it. And that may or may not be the right thing you want to do. You may, for example, believe that archiving unused teams is a better way forward. But again, this is the thing you should think of at the get-go. And then the final thing is guest access. Because teams are based on groups supports this concept of external access, which is based on a thing called Azure Active Directory business-to-business collaboration. It just basically says, you know what, there are lots of people we collaborate with. They have accounts in other Office 365 domains, or they have accounts in other email or other type of systems. If I can identify them by their mail address, I can extend an invitation to that person to allow them to accept. And as part of the acceptance process, I will grant them access to my team. It's great, but remember this: that guest user is a member. And what did we say about members earlier? All members have equal access to information. So it's a thing to think about. If you invite somebody to come in, then they have equal access to the resources of the team. There is a caveat, of course, if you link third-party apps or other apps to to a team, and those apps don't support the Azure B2B collaboration framework, guests won't have access to them, but they will have access to SharePoint. They will have access to Planner. They will have access to all the chats, all the documents you share, and so forth and so on. So it's an important topic to discuss within the organization and figure out what you want to do. Okay, and guess what? I have a slide about guest access here, so I must have thought it was a really important topic. It's amazing what age does to you when you forget slides that you're going to cover. But anyway, so this is what I was saying before, Azure B2B collaboration. Let's see if there's anything. Oh, yes, private channels. This is an important one. Guests can join private channels. And we haven't talked about private channels up to now, but let's define what that is. Within a team, you may have a place where you want to store content which is only accessible to a subset of the folks within the team. You know, let's say you have a team for financial planning, and you have a set of budget spreadsheets that you don't really want everybody in the team to see. So you might set up a channel called budgets, and you can make that channel private, which means that you then have to define a subset of the people from the membership of the team who can access that channel, and only those folks will be able to access that private channel, including a SharePoint site which is set up automatically to support the private channel. So you can now put your budget spreadsheets into the SharePoint site and be quite sure that only the members of the private channel can access that information, even though the private channel exists within a full team. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And guest users can be added too. So, for example, if you had an auditor, or you had some sort of financial consultant who's external, you could add them as a guest to the group or to the team, and then add them to the private channel. And they have access, which is pretty good. So all of this, I guess the really important thing is in that last bullet. Because guest access is so easy, people fall into the trap of putting lots of stuff into Teams, lots of stuff into SharePoint, and it's all revealed to guests. The point is, if you really have important stuff, if you have ultra confidential stuff, don't add guests to a team where that information is stored. Or if you do want to have those guests in the team, protect the ultra confidential material with sensitivity labels. If you apply a sensitivity label, it will encrypt those important documents, and only the people with the rights to those important documents will be able to get it, even though they're a member of the team, even though they're a guest member of the team, which is pretty important. Okay, we talked a little bit about SharePoint and OneDrive before. This slide summarizes the relationship between teams and what they call files. In fact, you know, I think my view of this is that the SharePoint browser interface isn't particularly nice. You know, if you get to use it, you'll find it functional, it'll work, etc. But it's not the greatest user interface in the world. Teams puts a much more human interface on top of SharePoint, and I think this has been one of the reasons why SharePoint usage has really taken off within Office 365. Each team has a SharePoint site, and you access that site through the Files Channel tab. The Files Channel tab will open the folder for that channel, and users can just go and store whatever they want there. It's just like using regular SharePoint. You can upload, what's it now, up to 100 gigabyte documents straight into the site, and Teams will do it. It's very easy to use, but again, you might want to think about some things. You might want to think about, well, what kind of structure do you want to have inside the channel? Do you want to have everything in one big folder, or do you want to have a subfolder? Some people don't, in the SharePoint community, don't like folders very much because they think that it's an inefficient way of storing and organizing information. They prefer to use metadata and searches. Other people take the view that users, real, human beings who aren't IT specialists, they look at things, they understand folders, they understand documents live inside folders, and they find that easier to use. So whatever you like, Teams and the Files channel tab will support both. So the Files channel tab is automatically added to each channel. You can't remove it. It's just one of those default tabs that gets there. And each channel has its own folder in the SharePoint team site. That's created automatically. Please don't go around renaming folders in SharePoint. You'll just mess with Teams' head. There was work done to try and reconcile renaming of SharePoint team site renaming of SharePoint sites and renaming of folders within sites. It mostly works, sometimes it doesn't, so I just avoid renaming any SharePoint component that's linked to a team. The OneDrive Sync client, which is one of my favorite parts of Office 365, it does an excellent job of synchronizing files for offline access and synchronizing them back again if you make changes offline, so it's recommended. Other cloud storage providers are supported, like Dropbox and Google Drive. However, they're supported as storage locations within Teams. In other words, it's a way to get access to something like Dropbox or Google Drive. You can't switch out SharePoint and say, well, you know what, SharePoint's really good, but I'd really much prefer to use Dropbox instead. And by the way, the Files channel tab will now point to Dropbox. That's not the way things work. You can't do that. You always have SharePoint. You always have a SharePoint site created for every team. So the other base workload of Office 365 is Exchange Online. As I said earlier, Exchange Online mailboxes are the very best way of getting the most out of Teams. However, hybrid support is supported. Those mailboxes have got to be on an Exchange 2016 CU3 or better. We're now approaching CU19, so CU3 is really out of date. You should be using CU17 or CU18 at the moment, and CU19 when it comes out in December. The reason why, and the reason why other versions of Exchange can't support Teams is because Exchange 2016 CU3 support introduced a new Auto Discover component, Auto Discover V2. Auto Discover V2 is really important to allow Teams to find things like the calendar in the mailbox. So what's Exchange used for? Well, it's used for that calendar. Users have their own calendar. Channel meetings also use a calendar. In this point, they use the calendar which is stored in the group mailbox. All of the channels use the same group mailbox. They don't have individual mailboxes. So if you have a team that's got 50 channels and meetings are being organized in all 50 channels, they will all be organized through that single calendar. However, Teams has the ability to extract the information and show it in a per calendar view, which is what people want. Exchange is also used to store compliance records for the channel conversations, which go into the group mailbox, and chats, which go into the personal mailboxes. Compliance records for private channels also go into personal mailboxes. And the reason why they go into those mailboxes is because anything that's stored in a mailbox is automatically indexed by Exchange Online. It's automatically indexed by Microsoft Search. So it automatically becomes available for content searches, e-discovery, communications compliance, and anything that requires oversight of some sort of interchange between users in Office 365. Exchange also captures, it's also used to store the call data records for meetings. These are snapshots of the metadata for a meeting, who called who, and things like how long did the call last. They don't capture call recordings. So voice call isn't captured. Exchange is also used to store the user photo that you see in Teams, and then, as I said earlier, whenever Teams needs to search for anything, it goes and uses Exchange. And you could ask, well, why does Teams do that? Why does it use Exchange to store all this stuff instead of just, having search go and search the Cosmos DB database in Azure? And the simple reason is that the Exchange search facilities work really well. They're really fast. It's very precise. Good information gets returned. eDiscovery is built around a searching Exchange. It already works. So why go and recreate a wheel? And that's pretty well what the Teams guys decided. They said, well, we'll just use Exchange. And that's the way it works. Another link with Exchange is really that there's this connectivity to Outlook. Initially, when Teams came out, there was a feeling that it was just pushed by a reasonably large number of people, some of whom would probably recant their feelings now. But there was this feeling that Teams would replace email. I don't think that's the case. I think Teams certainly replaces some internal email, especially internal email that involves a large number of to and fro between multiple people. And it's much more convenient and much easier to have that stored in a Teams channel conversation than it is in a stream of messages in your mailbox. But the fact is that email isn't going to go anywhere soon. You're still going to need Exchange and Outlook to manage things like external communications and so forth. So this means that you're going to have information in your mailbox, and you're going to have information in Teams, and you need a way to get information transferred between the two. And that's what these facilities are. In Outlook, you can create Teams meetings. Those meetings will show up in the calendar. How does this happen? Well, all those meetings are created in that group calendar, and Teams will notice that there is a meeting that it's got to include in its calendar view. And then we have Share to Teams, which is an Outlook feature, which says, take a message, share it to this target channel in Teams and post it there. And the idea here is that once the information gets over to Teams, you'll be then able to discuss the information that was in the message in Teams, rather than embark in this to and fro message exchange in Outlook. And then conversely, you've got a Share to Outlook, which is, well, maybe we've reached a decision in Teams. Now we want to convey it to somebody, so I'll share it out to Outlook, and then Outlook can be used for external communication with people who don't use Teams or people outside the organization or whatever. So the fact that these features now exist, they're only relatively recent, is that it's just an indication of a maturing ecosystem within Teams. The development group is building out features that people really need to get work done in a very practical way, and in a way that doesn't disrupt the way that they have worked for years. There are people who've been working with Outlook since 1997, and it's very hard for them to make the break and say, well, I'll move some work over to Teams or away from Outlook. This way allows them to keep on working in Outlook and move stuff into Teams that they need to. So administration, we talked a little bit about this earlier on. There are a variety of administrative portals, and you may look at them and say, why are there so many? Well, it's because, remember, Teams is built at the top of so many bits of Office 365 and Microsoft 365. So if you're going to manage a particular component, you should go and use the administrative component portal for that component, like you use the SharePoint Online Admin Center to manage sharing for a team site, that kind of thing. Then if you want to write stuff, you want to automate things, there's a PowerShell module for Teams. There's also the Microsoft Graph, including the ability to mix and merge PowerShell commands. So if you find, for example, that the PowerShell module for Teams doesn't get the right data that you need, you can go and use some PowerShell to identify maybe the teams that you need to get, and then use the Microsoft Graph to get the information that the PowerShell module doesn't support. All good. Within the Teams admin portal or admin center, I want to draw attention to a set of Teams policies, because these are also fundamental to the way things work. I think at the moment there's probably 19 different policies, and this comes from Skype for Business Online, which is the way that Skype managed functionality itself. Teams picked that up as part of the transition process to deprecate Skype at the end of July 2021 and move everybody who's using over to Teams. It's just an easy way, I suppose, of if you're used to managing Skype through policies, you're now going to be able to manage Teams through policies. People who never used Skype come in and they see, wow, all these policies that I might have to deal with. But it's pretty easy once you get your head around it and figure out that there are two big ones that you're going to have to probably interact with most, which are messaging and meeting. Remember the two big parts of Teams. Messaging controls what people can do when they're messaging each other inside Teams, and meetings control how people work with meetings. And we're not going to explain that here, these policies, the finer details of each setting here. It's a thing that you're going to have to go and look at offline. Microsoft make a lot of changes to these policies as they introduce new features such as lobby control for meetings. So it's a thing to keep up to date on as well. And the last thing here is app setup, which is kind of important because that says, okay, there are a lot of apps available for Teams, maybe 650 right now. But I don't want all my users be able to get to all of those apps. For example, we don't have licenses for half of those apps, or maybe we don't have licenses for any of those apps except the Microsoft first-party apps. So an app setup policy will allow you to manage exactly what apps a user can use with Teams. So again, it's an important thing to go and look at and make sure that you're up to speed with. In terms of platform extensibility, lots of different ways of doing it. Firstly, there are the packaged apps, which range from the first-party apps. So you've got Microsoft pumping out apps like Stream, Tasks. That's a new one which combines To-Do and Planner. Lists, and another new one based on SharePoint lists. Yammer, which they call Communities, and so on. And then a whole bunch of third-party apps, which are published to the app catalog, and you can go manage them through the Teams admin portal. And then there are bots that you can install. There are tabs. Many apps come along with the ability to install as a standalone app and as a tab, and they might have different functionality in either way. Then you have things called like connectors, which are basically a way of reaching out to another data store in the internet, picking up a snippet of information, bringing it back, and creating a card for it in a channel. And the whole idea is that you can keep people abreast of what's happening on the internet. They can see what's happening. They might discuss what's happening inside Teams. If they need to go and access the source of the information, there's a hyperlink in the card to bring them back, and so forth and so on. The point that you take away here is Teams is an extremely extensible platform. It's getting more extensible all the time. It's a thing where you can build in your own applications built for the tenant. You know, developers can go and build it. It's pretty easy. Or you can go out and scan the App Store to see what's out there, and you'll find all sorts of things from, you know, Adobe Sign to Trello and things that you think are competitors of Teams. It's all there for you. So in terms of getting Teams right, we've thrown a lot of stuff at you in the last while. To do Teams really well, you need to understand the foundation apps. You need to understand Exchange a little bit. Remember the use of the mailbox. You need to understand SharePoint Online to figure out how all the sites are used. You need to understand OneDrive, because that's where people's personal files are going to be stored. You need to understand some of the foundational technology. So you definitely do have an acquaintance with the Azure Active Directory, because it's surprising how much you're going to interact with the Azure Active Directory, even to do things like manage guest accounts. If you want to know about guest accounts that are in your tenant, and you want to know about how long those guest accounts have been and what the last sign in, you're going to go back to Azure Active Directory. So you need to have an acquaintance with that technology. As I said earlier, you need to know Microsoft 365 groups, and Steve Goodman is going to help you be a superhero on that. You need to understand what the role of the substrate. Now, there's no courses or anything like that. It's just an understanding and appreciation that behind the scenes there's this kind of layer that is bringing all this stuff together, and that's the substrate. And then there's the Microsoft Graph. You will have to go to the Microsoft Graph occasionally to get information that you can't achieve in any other way. And then in terms of management, understand those policies for groups, And for teams, understand PowerShell, understand what you get out, and know your way around all of those portals. And after about 4 years, you should know everything. It'll all be easy. But seriously, there's a lot of stuff here, and it is important that you know all of this stuff at least at some level, and then you'll be able to do a great job with teams. So that's about all I have to say. Thank you for joining me in this session. There's lots of other sessions for you to listen. I hope that you're going to listen to them and become up to speed and learn about meetings and voice and devices that you can connect to teams and more about groups and programming, indeed, all the stuff that we have lined up for you for the rest of the day. Thanks very much.
The session has now concluded. Don't forget to download your handout at petri.com/conferences or tune into one of our many other sessions during Get IT Teams Day. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Petri Get IT Teams Day. I'm Steve Goodman, and in my session I'm going to talk to you about how you can become a Microsoft 365 group superhero. If you don't know me, a little bit about me first. I'm a principal technology strategist at a company in the UK called Content and Code, and I work across most of Microsoft 365 but specialise in Teams and Exchange in particular. I speak at various events including this one and Ignite, TechEd and many more, and I've also got the All About 365 podcast and Practical 365 podcast if you want to take a listen. And of course you can find my articles every week on Petri. So in today's session, we're going to talk about how becoming a Microsoft Group superhero really involves solid management of Microsoft 365 groups. So if you get it right, then you'll find that your users will be able to be far more autonomous and they'll get the most out of Teams, most importantly. Our key takeaways in this session: how groups fit into Teams itself, what is the best way of governing and managing groups as well, and what are the options available for simplifying that group life cycle. So first of all, we're going to talk about how groups fit into Teams and what the importance of good governance actually is, and how can we control, if we want to, that Microsoft 365 group creation process. How can we manage names for groups and make sure that we can keep that sprawl under control? And then we'll look at how we best manage access to Teams and how we deal with external guests as well. So first of all, let's take a look at how Microsoft 365 groups fit into Teams. So Microsoft 365 groups first came around as Office 365 groups a few years ago, before Teams even existed, but they became the foundation for making it work. And Microsoft 365 groups rely on Azure Active Directory. They're not like the groups that you might have in your local Active Directory, where they're synchronized from on-premises into Office 365, and then the memberships follow your existing memberships inside Office 365. They're very, very different. They're generally created inside Azure AD directly. And from that point forward, you might synchronize them back to AD, but generally they're all about managing the application access rather than just managing the security groups themselves. The way that they fit together is you have a Microsoft 365 group and it continually manages the membership for services like Outlook groups, SharePoint site access, Yammer, Planner, Stream, and of course Microsoft Teams. Now, they are what's known as a membership service, where if somebody provisions a team, then it will provision an underlying Microsoft 365 group, and it maintains one identity that gets synchronized from Teams back up into Microsoft 365 as a group, and then into Azure AD, which deals with the underlying federation for creating and enabling identity in all of those other services. So if I create a new Microsoft team, then I'm going to get my channels, I'll get my chat, but actually under the hood, I'll want other things provisioned alongside it as well. So I'll want a SharePoint site for my Files tab in Teams. Now, it all works very, very quickly though, because we don't have to wait for a synchronization process. The clever thing about groups is they call it loosely coupled. So behind the scenes, it also informs other services while it waits for its synchronization process to go into Azure AD to tell them that I've just created a group, I've added these new members, so it can then go and quickly create those other services for us. Now, when we create a team itself, it's not just the team that gets created, right? You've got the Microsoft 365 group, but across those other services that are connected, we've got a hidden shared inbox, which you can make available if you need to, and a hidden shared calendar. But fundamentally, for collaboration in teams, we want that SharePoint document library. We end up with a OneNote notebook, a wiki, a SharePoint team site that we can customize to our needs, and initially we'll also get this persistent chat-based workspace. That's our team with its initial general channel that we can then go and add more to it. Now, the good thing about Microsoft 365 groups is we don't need to, like other services, go and add and manage the membership. So if we created a shared mailbox, for example, and we also wanted to go and create a SharePoint site and so on, and we went to the underlying services and manually created a shared mailbox, manually created a team, manually created a team site in SharePoint itself, then we'd have to manage that membership normally. But Microsoft 365 Groups manages that membership of all of those different services. So if we add someone as a member or an owner or even a guest to a team, then it will automatically replicate that across all of those services. It makes things a lot easier when it comes to management. If you're using Teams today and you've been using Office 365 for a long time, then this might seem kind of normal to you. But if you've came from an on-premises world where you've been running SharePoint, Exchange, Skype for Business as individual services, then granting access to those services, granting or creating grouped-based access to things can be very, very complicated. And this is where, even before Teams existed, Microsoft 365 was seen Microsoft 365 Groups was seen as having the right glue to make it very, very easy to grant access to lots of services in one go and manage that on an ongoing basis. Now, the thing about Microsoft 365 Groups is, by default, there's not really any governance built in. So what we need to do is think about how we're going to avoid sprawl. We want to avoid a situation where, and I've seen it, an organization with 2,000 people, and I visited them and they've told me about the problem that they've got, and they've had hundreds and hundreds of teams created. In one case, a few thousand people and 900 teams, because they've not got anything in place to stop any sort of sprawl from happening. So when we start with Microsoft Teams, we don't want to just set it and forget it, give everybody access to Teams and let them wild. We want to really sort of think about some of the use cases. Before we even think about governance, we need to think about why people are going to use Teams for chat-based collaboration. And then we want to plan and set our governance rules. So plan governance from the start, right? We want to have a model for deciding how we're going to allow groups to be provisioned. Are we going to allow them to be self-service? Are we going to allow them to be via IT? We want to have a model for making that work. And what happens with groups as they no longer become needed in the organization? Do we just let them live on? Relics, a bit like public folders, where in a few years' time we'll come and want to do some sort of a cleanup and find that there's thousands and thousands of unused groups. No, we want to have some sort of lifecycle management in place as well. We don't want to let things get out of hand. And fundamentally, we want to make sure that we use all of the capabilities inside Microsoft 365 to protect data inside Teams, whether it is Teams chats and channels, but also the other Microsoft 365 services that they'll provision and manage access to. So we've got a few different options. Then we want to have a look at using self-service provisioning if we can. The easier we can make it for people, the better. And we want to have policies set in place, ideally from the beginning, that will decide what will happen when a group is no longer used. How will we expire it out of the organization? What do we need to do in terms of retention? Do we have a policy that we need to set for Microsoft 365 groups, Teams, SharePoint site content for how long the organization must keep it? Or if it's no longer needed, how quickly can it be deleted? And on an ongoing basis, even if we've got this self-service group management, self-service automatic group expiry process in place, then as an admin, then you do need to manage the sprawl of groups inside your organization. Even if it's well managed, you have a responsibility to understand how much storage is being used, and you need to have a look at how you can better rationalize the groups that are in use. If we lead people into the wrong sort of behaviors, then they might go and provision themselves a team for their chat-based collaboration, and then they might go and create themselves a SharePoint team site connected to a group. They might go and create themselves a completely separate planner. We might end up with lots of redundant groups. If they also don't know how they're supposed to be using them, then they might have too many. They might go and create a group for a different set of people in the team. Perhaps they'll go and create a subset team for 3 or 4 people inside the team when a private channel would have been more appropriate. So there might become a point where if we do leave people to it, then we need to think about how we can rationalize that use. And if we've got policies that we need to apply as an organization, then we need to set those up front so we can make sure that groups as they're created and managed align to those policies. So we've got a few different options for enabling self-service for Microsoft 365 groups. And first of all, we can enable self-service for everybody. So this relies upon us trusting people inside the business to make the right decisions. And most of the time, in most organizations, people will do that, right? If you work in a fairly small organization like I do, under 1,000 people, then we're more than likely to have people in similar sorts of roles who are capable of making the right decisions for themselves. They know what they need to do. They don't want IT to get in the way. But in some larger organizations, then it might be that we don't want everybody inside the organization to be going and creating teams as they like, especially if you've got a lot of first line workers, for example, or in education where you might not want students to go off and create their own teams, for example. You might want to make sure that that's synchronized to your school information system, or it's controlled by teachers. There's going to be scenarios where you want to limit self-service to a subset of users. So that might be particular departments that are set up for self-service management, or it might be roles like line managers who are going to be allowed to go and create teams. And you can use this as a mechanism to help support that rollout as well. When you're adopting teams, then it might be that you'll start by experimenting with its use and try and find some of those really good use cases. And if you're going to try and find those good use cases, you're going to allow people to explore teams fully, then allowing self-service group management in a controlled way is a good way of doing that, right? And if you're looking for more advanced customizations, then there's tools available on GitHub from Microsoft and from third-party suppliers that can allow you to do custom provisioning workflows for the creation of Microsoft 365 groups and teams. And that might be that you do want everybody to have that self-service functionality, but you don't want IT to be the only people that have to manage that approvals process. It might be that you enact certain workflows to make sure that if anybody in the organization goes to create a team, then they can be shown a selected set of templates that might show some of the core use cases that they might want to take on board or use teams for, and it might go through an approvals process where perhaps their line manager or somebody in the organization can say yes or no, and perhaps follow up with some additional guidance on the best way to support them, the best way to use teams in the right way as well. So we can guide that experience, and things like the new templates options inside Teams will help really with the first, second and third cases where we want to enable self-service, and we also want to give people a templated guided experience with Teams as well. So even if you go for enabling self-service for everybody, it doesn't necessarily have to be a scary thing. Now, we've got some controls in the service itself that we can use and leverage to help us better control Microsoft 365 group management. And of course, all of these apply to Teams. So first of all, we can use naming policies. So we can block certain words. It might be that you don't want rude words. It might be that there might be certain reserve words like sales, marketing, and so on that you don't want to be overused within the organization. And it might be that you want to have suffixes or a prefix as part of your naming policy. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit because those can be quite dangerous and they can affect the user experience. We can decide who can create the groups. So we can allow only admins, we can allow all users, or we can have a particular group filled with people that are allowed to go and create groups for themselves. And if we want to, then we can go a little bit deeper and we can use things like group classifications to decide or allow users to decide what information looks like inside a team and whether it's sensitive or not. And we can create some custom labels that will apply to teams so that when users access them, they'll know what type of information is suitable to add to this group or share from it. There is a licensing aspect, of course, to all of these things. And if you were just using the basic Office 365 E3 licenses, then you might not be able to do all of this, and you will be pushed down that self-service management route. So the basic tools like Azure AD Basic, which comes with Office 365 E3, Microsoft 365 basic licensing, allows us to use things like group templates. We can control guest access, we can control group recovery, but certain things like creating groups based on the membership that somebody has requires Azure AD Premium Plan 1 licenses, as do the group classification, dynamic group membership, group exploration, access reviews if we want to decide who has got access and allow that to be re-established on an ongoing basis. All of these require additional licensing on top. And if we're looking to add in these additional controls across our Microsoft 365 tenant, like retention policies, hold and discovery, DLP, these all require at least Office 365 E3 licensing. And if we're going to use DLP on chat, supervisory review, information barriers to stop certain people talking with other people in the organization over Teams, threat protection, information protection to protect the content itself. And of course, we want to use controls to prevent mobile apps accessing our tenant, for example, application-based protection. Then we require those additional licenses. So most organizations today, if they're going to make full use of Microsoft Teams, then they're likely to require Microsoft 365 E3 or Office 365 E3 and EMS E3 licenses, especially for some of the controls over the creation, naming and expiry process. So how do we control the Microsoft 365 group creation process? Well, should we? Is the first question, right? First of all, if we're going to do it, then we need to understand why. We might want to, as I said earlier, limit it to certain departments or roles in the business. And we might want to say, right, only team leaders are going to be able to go and create groups. But it doesn't prevent the use of groups themselves, right? If we do control the group creation process, then users who are added to teams, they can still access all the content. We can still make people owners of those teams as well. So they've still got control over the life cycle. The guidance from Microsoft on this is fairly clear. Strongly consider using self-service for everybody in the organization. If you are looking at this and initially you're thinking to yourself, this doesn't seem right for us, at least start with that concept of whether you can enable self-service before deciding whether you should control the group creation process. And if you are going to manage that group creation process, then save yourself some admin overhead. If you're licensed for it, use the dynamic membership for Microsoft 365 groups, so you don't have to manually add in users as and when they need to be. You can use things like attributes based on department and so on to make sure that they get added or removed from the right teams automatically. And if you are going to put in a process to request teams, then you need to communicate that both with your help desk and of course with users themselves. They know how to go through this process. But most organizations that go through IT to create groups, they find it a bit of an overhead over time. And of course, they're really still beholden to what the business wants. If users do go and create new teams or ask for them to be created, then IT can't stop them from doing this. They still have to say yes in most cases. I spoke to one customer and they were going through a manual creation process where they create the team when it came through as an IT service request. But many people were using Teams, as a file storage space. They weren't able to stop people requesting a team for whatever they wanted. So they might as well have used a self-service creation process. And if you do decide to limit the creation of teams early on in your process, revisit it a little bit later in your journey. Most organizations who start off by limiting things come back a little while later and say, right, we perhaps need to open this up and have self-service management. Now, if you want to limit it to a particular group, then you'll need to drill down into PowerShell. So you first of all need to create a security group that has all of the people in it and maintain that. And these are all the people in the organization that will be allowed to go and create Microsoft 365 groups. And then you'll need to use some of the scripts to set Azure AD directory settings, where you'll set unified groups, which is the internal name for Microsoft 365 groups, and then set an allowed group ID that will be allowed to go and create and manage Microsoft 365 groups. And that's a script for Microsoft that you can use if you need to manage that process. Now, managing naming is a little bit easier, and it does have some benefits, right? So if you want to have consistent naming across all of your Microsoft 365 groups, whether that is in Yammer, whether that is in Outlook groups or in Teams itself, then a naming policy is very useful. And you can set a custom list of block words as well. You can either use a fixed string that you'll attach to a group, or you can use an attribute. And the guidance is, if you are going to use a naming policy, then use attributes such as a short department name or department code at the end for better identification. Use a suffix instead of a prefix, because in the Teams user interface, if you're using long prefixes, then people won't be able to find the teams that they want because of the way that the user interface shows teams. Use a suffix, and then they'll be less visible to users, but they'll be easier to find as an administrator. And of course, keep that suffix short as well, because the total Microsoft 365 group and team name length is 264 characters. And of course, if you don't need them, then avoid them, because they're never something that's really liked by users. Perhaps just go for a block name policy and only consider using a naming policy, adding suffixes and so on, if you really decide that you need it. It's easy to set up, so if you want to go to set it up, then you'll need to move out of the Teams and Microsoft 365 admin centers into the Azure AD admin center itself. And in here, you'll go into the dashboard, go into your Azure Active Directory, select groups, and then under groups, you'll find the naming policy. And if you select in there the group naming policy tab, then you can choose to add a suffix, and then you can select either a custom string, or you can add an attribute or multiple attributes. So for example, if you want department to be added at the end, select attribute and then select department from the list. And if you want to then go on top of that and set up a blocked word list, then you can do so. In the other tab, block words, you can download, to start with, what will be an empty file, an empty CSV file, where you can add these words to and then re-upload them. It's a single list for your whole organization. Download it, add in all of your custom block words, and then you'll re-upload that into the Microsoft Teams user interface. So the other thing really you want to do is try and set Teams onto autopilot, so it manages itself, right? So you can use this to perform an auto renewal process based on activity inside Microsoft Teams. And this means that once a team has been inactive, so nobody's visited a channel or edited a document, then this can automatically set that expiry process in motion. One of the newer things that came last year was activity-based expiry rather than time-based expiry. It used to be, and if you first looked at this when you set up Teams, it used to be that you might set a duration like 180 days, and then it would send a notification to the user to decide whether or not to renew that team. Now, what this will do now is look at the activity in SharePoint, in Microsoft Teams, in Outlook groups, and if people are still using it, then it'll reset that count automatically. And if people aren't using it, then it will notify the group owners and allow them to take action. And you can set these policies based on specific teams or groups. And if people don't reply to the notifications and the team does get deleted, then you've got an extra 30 days to restore that if they then decide, oh, you did actually delete it, we want it back. Now, the best way to roll this out is, first of all, pilot it with specific groups. Use the Microsoft 365 Admin Center reports to look for existing inactive groups to determine which groups you should target. And of course, if you're going to roll out a process like this, then you'll need to tell people, you'll need to communicate with users, but also communicate with your service desk or help desk so they know what to do if somebody misses a notification, the team's removed, and then they realize that they want it and then need it restored as well. You should also make sure, as part of this, as part of all good governance, to make sure that teams have multiple owners, so somebody doesn't leave the business, no notifications are seen by any of the members of the team, and then it gets removed. You can avoid calls to the help desk, you can avoid user interruption by making sure that you've got multiple owners so more than one person sees that notification. And if there are ownerless groups, then you can set notifications here to make sure that if 2 people leave the business and your group is going unmanaged, then it will notify your set contact, which might be your service desk, it might be your management team for your Microsoft 365 group tenant. This is easy to set up, and if you set this up, you'll go back into the Azure AD Admin Center, you'll go into the Exploration tab, and in here you'll be able to set either specific set lifetimes or a custom lifetime, and then people will see these renewal notifications 30 days, 15 days, and then 1 day prior to that group expiration. Now, you can choose to select this for all groups, and that might be something you've done after your pilot, but when you're piloting this out, you can choose a selected set and then add these groups into the list so that only these groups will get those notifications. Now, Microsoft 365 groups are made to be simple to manage. So if you're looking at some sort of complicated addition and removal process that you used to have on premises, then this is the kind of thing where Microsoft 365 really comes into its own. You should always delegate the management process of normal Microsoft 365 groups to the users. The people that own it in the business should be responsible for managing who is and isn't a member of that group. Now, when you add somebody to a group, they get access to all of the Microsoft 365 group content, not just the team. So if somebody goes into Teams, they go in and they add somebody to have access to their chats and conversations. Remember that they'll also have access to the planner that's attached. They'll have access to all of the files as well. And if you are going to manage this as an admin and you want to do this on behalf of users, then you can do so. So you can go into the admin portal and you can manage this either in the Microsoft 365 admin portal, go into groups, you've got good group management capabilities there, or you can go into the Teams admin center and you can manage both the team membership but also private channel membership as well. Remember, once you remove somebody from the team, then they're removed from accessing all of the other content. So if I remove somebody from the team, they'll lose access to all of those files that they had access to. The one thing to do with Microsoft 365 groups is use the benefit of having this simple model of management. So avoid custom permissions entirely if you can. You don't want to be sharing individual files and folders outside of a team. And if you want to provide a subset of access, then use a private channel. So if you've got a large team, it's got the whole department in, but there's going to be chats and files that only 3 or 4 people, perhaps the team lead, should access, then that's what private channels are for. They give us a separate SharePoint site that people will have access to. And of course, this is intended to be delegated to users. So if I'm inside Teams myself, then I've got access to my team membership list here, and let's start that off. I can go in and add the membership. Through this, I can go as a user and search for people within my organization and add them to the team itself, either as an owner or as a member or a guest. If I've got a team, people can request access to that as well. So as a team owner, I can manage the pending requests, and I can also see what other applications they'll have access to. In this case, applications like Planner as well. Now, we can see a private channel in this list here, signified by the lock, and this has the same set of controls that we had for the team itself, where we can go in and we can add and remove members, and we can set owners for the private channel. Now, one key thing to remember is As a team owner, if I then go and add other Microsoft 365 group connected experiences like Planner, then I'll be able to use existing plans from the team itself, or I can go and create new plans. Now, if I go and create a new plan within the team, then it is going to give everybody else inside the team, everybody else that's in that Microsoft 365 group, access to that. We don't get those custom set of permissions, and that's the beauty of it. Remind yourself of that. It's not a downside. This is a simple group access model. Take that as a big benefit that you can use in your organization. So finally, let's talk about how we can manage guest access for teams. So guests are people who have an account inside our tenant that's either been created by a user or it's been created by an admin. We don't need them for external chat. We can use the external chat facilities, what used to be Federation in Skype for Business, if we want to cross chat between two different tenants. And if we're going to host meetings with external people, then we don't need to have guests in Teams for that either. If we just create a normal meeting request, add an external participant, then they don't need to become a guest. Now, guests in Teams is tied to identity inside Azure AD primarily. So this relies upon a common set of settings across Microsoft 365. And that is Teams guest access controls, Microsoft 365 guest access controls, and Azure AD guest access, and roles that we can set up to decide who can or can't invite people into a team. It's also tied into the sharing settings for SharePoint as well. Now, when we add somebody as a guest into Teams, this creates a matching guest identity that corresponds to their identity in their home Microsoft 365 tenant. So if I have my own tenant, I go and add somebody who's also using Teams at another organization as a guest into my team, then it will create an Azure AD identity. It'll show up as a guest inside the Microsoft 365 tenant, but that matches the identity at their home tenant. They'll sign in with their existing username and password from their home organization. Now, we have controls to decide who can and can't invite guests into the tenant, and those are pretty useful to make sure that we can't accidentally allow people to invite people from outside the organization to see confidential information inside our Teams or our Microsoft 365 tenant. One key thing to understand is other organizations can also invite people from your tenant into their Teams environment as well. And there's very little controls that we can put in place to stop that from happening. So be warned that that can happen. Now, guests have a separate set of capabilities when they're added into Teams, and you'll see what a team member can do here. A team member and a guest can, if you want them to, create a channel. They can use private chats once they've switched over to our Teams tenant. They can, of course, chat in channel conversations. They can share files that are stored inside SharePoint, and they have the ability to perhaps delete, edit posted messages that they add themselves. All of these controls are available for a team owner to decide what they can and can't do. Our controls sit in a few different places. So first of all, we can go into the Azure AD Admin Center and decide who can or can't add people as a guest. So by default, admins and users with the guest inviter role can invite somebody as a guest, and people who aren't administrators, all non-admins, will be able to, by default, add people as a guest into the tenant as well. This might be something where you want to limit which members can invite and only add people that you want to be able to invite as a guest into the guest inviter role. Now, guests can invite is disabled by default, which is a good thing. You might not want guests to invite other guests into one of your teams. That's a good thing. You might want to keep that switched off. And we've got some restrictions on what domains we can send invitations to if you want to limit guest invitations to only approved partners. Now, if you have set these settings in the Azure AD Admin Center, this controls the directory itself. Now, for Microsoft 365 groups, then we'll need to decide whether this is enabled for the organization itself as well at a tenant level. And that's found inside the Microsoft 365 Admin Center under Settings, Org Settings, under Microsoft 365 Groups, where we've got the separate set of controls for Microsoft 365 Groups here, but they'll work in coordination with those Azure AD settings. So you'll need to make sure both are set. Then when we're thinking about Teams, then we have to decide whether not only can Microsoft 365 Groups have guests, but can Teams have guests as well. And one of the problems here for some organizations is they might want Teams users to be able to invite guests, but actually this works in a way where if you're going to enable somebody in Teams to invite guests, that's going to apply to other Office 365 or Microsoft 365 groups as well. So just remember, we can control it from the Azure AD level, Microsoft 365 level, and then at the Teams level, but we can't just say, I want people in Teams to invite Microsoft 365 groups guest users. It's going to apply to all of those as well, whether that is an Outlook group or whether that's a group-enabled SharePoint team site as well. Now, SharePoint settings come in here as well. So if you want people to be able to access the files inside Teams, then you'll need to make sure that the appropriate settings are set inside the SharePoint Admin Center as well. Many organizations will try and pull this down to least permissive or perhaps only existing guests, and then get caught out when they enable users to add people into Teams as a guest and then find that they can't access files that are stored inside SharePoint itself. So these are important controls that need to be set in line with your Teams and Microsoft 365 guest access settings. Now, if you do want to enable people to add guests into your Teams environment, but there's certain teams inside there that you don't want people to be able to add guests to, perhaps you've got confidential teams and you know for sure, your finance team, for example, you don't want them to be able to ever add a guest in, even if they're allowed to collaborate with external people inside other teams, then you can block access. And there's a PowerShell script from Microsoft that's available that you can use to govern this, where first of all, you want to determine what the group name is that you want to block access to, and then like we'd used earlier when we were setting who could or couldn't create a group, we'll then use Azure AD PowerShell to then set this setting against a group to prevent guests from being added. Thank you for joining me today, and to summarize, the most important thing that you can do when it comes to Microsoft 365 groups is use a good governance process to enable self-service creation and management of teams. If you set up self-service management and you set up automatic expiry for groups, then you will be a superhero. You won't need to do all of the other work that you'd normally have to do when you manage and provision access to teams when you've got all of those controls in place. It'll make your life a lot easier. Thank you for joining me for my session today, and stay tuned for more sessions this afternoon.
The session has now concluded. Don't forget to download your handout at petri.com/conferences or tune into one of our many other sessions during Get IT Teams Day. Thanks for joining us.
Hello and welcome to this one day of Teams event hosted by Petri. My name is Ståle Hansen and I've been working with Skype for Business and now Teams for the past decade. I'm going to share with you what it means to go to Teams only mode, because that is what our customers are asking about these days. How do we get to the Teams only mode? So I'm going to share with you what it is. And then we need to look into the phone system, because that's the way to get telephony into Teams when you are in Teams only mode. We need to look at the meetings that are involving, and then we need to look into how to monitor this when we are over in Teams only mode, to make sure that we are planning for success and making sure that everything works as we expect them to. But then in the end, we're going to talk about the most important thing. Regardless of how good you were moving to Teams only mode, regardless of how many features you managed to implement, if your network isn't configured correct, then you're going to have a poor experience. So I'm going to leave you with the most important part. Let's start with what is Teams only mode? So Teams only mode is about moving from Skype for Business to Microsoft Teams. That's what it's about. That's what it means to go to Teams only mode. You have the other modes as well, which is Skype for Business only, which means you're not using Teams at all, or the native Teams features like channel conversations and having your teams and collaboration and all that. That is not changing when you go to Teams only mode. The things that are changing though is how you use Skype and what features and Skype features you have in Teams. So it means that chat and calling with external users are moving to Teams. You can search up users and chat with them externally. You will be able to do integration with Skype for Business Consumer. All that is happening when you move to Teams only mode. In addition to that, when booking meetings, you will only have the option to book Teams meetings, and the ability to book Skype meetings are going away. In addition to that, the Skype client needs to be on the computer still to be able to join old Skype meetings, or people that haven't been migrated yet that invites you to a Skype meeting, or if you have an external partner that invites you to a Skype meeting, you will use the Skype for Business client to join those meetings, because it turns out that Teams and Skype for Business are completely different technologies. So a Teams client cannot join a Skype meeting, and a Skype client cannot join a Teams meeting. So that's why you need both clients installed still after moving to Teams only mode. Also, if you have telephony, you need to implement it either through calling plans, or you need to use direct routing in order to continue to use telephony in Teams. I'm going to dive into that and show you what that means. And also, if you want to use more advanced features in Teams, like using presence-based routing in call queues, for instance, then you need to be in Teams only mode. That's when that feature starts lighting up and working for your users. So, as I said, the Teams and Skype for Business client both needs to be installed on your computer, and your Skype client will go into a Teams mode. You can click on it and start Skype for Business. That will only show you future meetings. So you can even use that calendar to join Teams meetings, opening Teams client, or you can join Skype for Business clients. And that's everything you will see. You will not see any chat. You will not be able to manipulate your presence. You will not see any history of your previous conversations. So many users are unsure of how they communicate with external users. And this is maybe one of the main reasons for moving to Teams only mode, is to use a single client for everything. So when you are moving to Teams only mode, then you will have the ability to chat with external people. You do that through search, and you see it working when you are able to find that external user and chat with those. You will be able to do one-to-one calling, one-to-one video, and plain text chat with those external users. The moment you try to escalate to a desktop sharing or want to invite more people into that chat, that is when it becomes a Teams meeting, and they need to join your Teams meeting in order to get those capabilities. So what's the requirements for moving to Teams only mode? Well, if you have Skype for Business server, you need to implement Skype for Business hybrid server, which means that you will still use your Edge server to communicate with Office 365. And what it means in practice is that you are setting your Office 365 tenant and your Skype for Business server into a shared namespace environment. So they know that, okay, if this user doesn't exist on premises or in the cloud, we will redirect you either on premises or in the cloud. So we have a lot of organizations that are having Skype for Business on premises. They're using that, but they also want to move to Teams only mode. That process of moving to Teams only mode means you are actually migrating your user from Skype for Business on premises over to Teams. If you don't do that, then you will have a really disconnected experience, because you won't be able, without the hybrid, you won't be able to chat with other Skype for Business externals, and federation won't work correctly. So it's important to have that hybrid setup. And again, the act of moving to Teams only mode means that you are actually migrating the user to Skype for Business Online and then Teams. We also recommend hybrid exchange, and it's not a recommendation, it's a requirement. Hybrid for exchange, because that's when you see the calendar in Teams. So either your user are moved to Teams and Exchange Online, or you have a hybrid with Exchange 2016 or with the latest service pack or newer, because that's the requirement for setting up hybrid and having that calendar lighting up in your Teams client, so that you are able to book Meet Now meetings and book Teams meetings from the Teams client, and you will see a full calendar invite. We see a lot of misconceptions around this, that you need to be online in order to use that calendar feature in Teams. That's wrong, because you can still be on premises with Exchange, but as long as you have hybrid setup and FreeBusy is working, then you will see the full calendar in the Teams client as well. But the recommendation is, when we are doing projects around Skype for Business and Exchange and Microsoft 365, is that you always migrate Exchange before migrating Skype for Business. And the reason for that is that when your mailbox is online and you're moving from Skype for Business to Teams, then you will see that your meetings are updated as well using the meeting migration service. The meeting migration service will then update all your meetings. Even though it's on premises or online meetings, they are updated to Teams meetings. Even for recurring meetings, what you should be aware of though is that there will be a lot of invites going on and updates. They will look like a regular update to your meeting. So be aware of that. And that's the recommendation. It's not a requirement, but it will give the best user experience to move to Exchange Online first, because then your meetings are updated. If you are not moving to Exchange Online, then the meetings won't be updated, and you can either do it manually or just inform your users that all future meetings will be Teams meetings, and they should update their upcoming meetings as well, because they will stop working because you're not on Skype for Business on-prem anymore. So be aware of that. And then we need to add the audio conferencing license. I think this is really important. I will talk more about this later, but that adds the dial-in number into Teams meetings. And then, of course, cloud video interoperability as well. I will mention that later on, because I really think that having a universal meeting is really important, especially after these days with COVID-19. We see more and more virtual meetings happening, and we want to have those meetings be inclusive. But when you have moved to Teams only mode, you will see that there are still some users that haven't been moved, or they have some misconfigured settings. And I have created a script to identify those users that have some kind of features that haven't been deployed correctly for those users. And I call it my post Skype for Business migration toolbox. And you can find it in my blog, msunified.net. So this is a one-liner actually from Get CS Online User, where you use the Skype for Business Online PowerShell module. It's just a one-liner, just showing all the necessary attributes that we want to look at. And some key attributes that we want to look at is, for instance, line URI. If you still have telephony and you see that the line URI is present, or it's a line URI or an on-premises line URI, that really tells you where that line URI was populated, and if it's the correct line URI, or if it's not, then you should consider populating it. What we have seen is larger companies, they haven't given users in Skype for Business a phone number. What happens in Skype for Business then is that they will actually be able to dial out showing the main number when dialing out. That doesn't work in Teams actually. You need to have a phone number in order to dial out. One other thing here is that you can find and remove the number from Active Directory. So the MSRTC zip line, that's the attribute that is populated. So it depends if you want to manage phone numbers on premises or you want to manage them online. If you have populated the number on premises, you cannot manipulate the number online, and you can only do it in local Active Directory. So if you want to flip that, you need to remove the number in Active Directory and then add it again in the cloud, if that's the way you want to work with this. But this is the important attribute we are looking at. We're looking at the interpreted user type, because that tells us what the state of the user is. It's actually a magical attribute, I would say. And the reason for that, it shows that the user has been is a hybrid user, hybrid identity user. It shows if it's an on-premises user still, or if it's a pure online user, and so on and so forth. So here we see DearSync SFB user. That's the value we are looking for. That's a successful move to Teams only mode, actually. And then why do we focus on Skype for Business when talking about Teams? Well, it turns out that Teams runs on Skype for Business. So there's so much happening in the background that revolves around Skype for Business, especially around federation, sign-in, and of course, chatting with other users. So what you want to do here is look at the deployment locator, because if the deployment locator is still populated within your Active Directory from an old Skype for Business or link migration that you haven't completed, or if for some reason the attribute wasn't changed when you migrated from Skype for Business server, you may see that the deployment locator is an SRV colon, which means that it's wrong. It means it's on premises and we need it to be online. So either you can clear out the deployment locator attributes, or you can set it to be zipfed online link.com, because that's the value we are looking for in the hosting provider. When that is correct, and a hybrid voice here represents that we are actually using direct routing for telephony. If you were using calling plans, then it would show as hybrid business voice, or business voice, not hybrid business voice, but business voice. And then that's the correct value for calling plan. And we have seen that some users actually were assigned calling plans when they were using direct routing, resulting in direct routing not working. So that's also an important setting to look at. But look at the complete script here at my blog, and make sure that you do this and loop through this. And I think it's a really great way to loop through this and export it as a CSV file, and just have your customer or your identity department and link department to look into the users. Maybe they are disabled users, maybe they don't have licenses for some reason, and so on and so forth. So I want to mention the meeting migration service again, because that kicks in about 3 or 4 hours after the migration has been completed. And what you will see is all the pending migrations, and also in progress and succeeded. So that's the summary only, or you can just run get CS meeting migration status and just that commandlet, and that will show you all the planned and migrated users. But this will show you that people are about to be migrated after you have been moving the users. So that Teams only mode, and Teams only mode, Skype for Business moving to Teams, that's what it's about. Hybrid, really important, and make sure that your users are in the correct state using my toolbox. Now that we are in Teams only mode, we need to look into how can we provide telephony to our users. And phone system is the tool we need to do that. So let's talk about phone system. There are two types of capabilities that lights up the moment you have bought phone system licenses, and even before you assign them to users. You get the ability to set up some group-based calling features that we're going to dive into right now. And then by assigning the phone system to a user, they will get some capabilities already. So I will show you what those are. So let's start with the group-based. So without assigning phone system to any user, just buying it and having it in your tenant gives you the ability to order service numbers. And service numbers, they are numbers you can assign to resource accounts, which then can be assigned to auto tenants and call queues. Service numbers are actually available in a lot of countries around the world, and not just the 10 countries that have gotten calling plans, but even here in Norway, we have Norwegian service numbers we can use for auto tenant and call queues. So how many numbers can you get? Well, it depends on, of course, how many licenses you have in your tenant. So if you have 1 to 25 licenses, you get 5 service numbers. If you have between up to 50 licenses, you get 10, and so on and so forth. So you don't get unlimited set of service numbers, but the more licenses you have, the more numbers you can get. And look at this link in order to see the full list of how many numbers you can get, depending on the number of licenses you have. So when you're looking at resource accounts, because that's actually a regular user that you are assigning a virtual license to. It's called a virtual user license, which is free, and you get it from your licensing portal, and you assign that license to that user you have created in your Microsoft 365 user admin portal or Azure Active Directory portal. And what happens then is that when you have created a user, assigned the license, you go into Teams, you go into org-wide settings, you go to resource account, and you assign a service number that you already ordered, and you from there are able to assign the resource account to a auto tenant or call queue. You can even assign a direct routing number to that resource account, and that can be done through PowerShell. This is of course Skype for Business online PowerShell module again, where you can actually assign the phone number. This is a direct routing number, so it doesn't have to be a service number. But what we see though is that organizations still want to use Microsoft hosted service numbers even though they have direct routing. And the reason for that is, what if the on-premises direct routing platform goes down and users need to call your main number, or they need to reach your help desk? Then that help desk and main number are disconnected from your infrastructure, or your on-premises infrastructure, which means that you get more resiliency. Microsoft is making sure the availability of the number, and you have disconnected the number from your on-prem environment. So think about that for using and combining service numbers with direct routing numbers. And by having the phone system license available in your tenant, you can create auto tenants. And auto tenants is where you have opening hours, you have off hours, you have DIDs dialing into this, and you have IVRs where you can push 1 for main office, push 2 for sales, and so on and so forth. And you can even have nesting of these auto tenants. Typically, an auto tenant then redirects to a call queue, because the call queue is where you assign the actual agents. But here you can have a welcome message, so you can have a different welcome message based on if it's open or closed. And this is also where you add holidays, where you can say that, hey, we are on a holiday. If you want to reach us, please leave a message. Because you can do that. You can add voicemail as the next hop from an auto tenant, and have it different in opening hours and when you are closed. So you can add it to a person in your organization, a voice app. This is typically a call queue or an auto attendant. External phone number, this is new people, where you can actually forward the queue to a phone number. This has been a big ask, but I fear that it is an old ask, if you understand what I mean. It's an ask from the days where we didn't have this super awesome Teams mobile client, because you can actually have the Teams mobile client be part of a call queue now as well, and people can sign in, they can sign out of the queue, and so on and so forth. So maybe we don't have the same use for that feature, but it's there now, and you have the option to choose to use it. And this one is also really cool, that off hours you can actually, if people really want to leave you a message, they can using voicemail. And voicemail here is actually a Microsoft 365 group that has voicemail enabled, and that voicemail will land in the mailbox, the shared mailbox of the Microsoft 365 group. Call queues is where you add your agents. That's where you define the routing order of how the agents will receive it. That's also where you define how overflow is working or timeout is working. This is a simple queue. So it doesn't have any opening hours. It doesn't have any holiday settings. So this is just a queue and it's always open. And if you give away this number, users have actually no option to opt out of that call unless you give them the option to opt out of the call, that they can say that, hey, I want to be part of this. And users can go in and do this in the Teams desktop client under settings. They can go in and say opt out of the queue they are part of. Really cool. So here's where you define the routing, but presence-based routing is also important, which means that you are not presented a call if you are busy. If you are in a different call, or if you are just busy or in a meeting or doing something else, only when you are available. That's when you will be presented a call being part of the call queue. But as I said earlier, this requires you to be in Teams only mode in order for presence-based routing to work. So all the users here that are agents that are still on Skype for Business won't be able to use presence-based routing, but it will respect serial routing, it will respect round robin, but longest idle also requires Teams only mode, because that is when your presence, like, it will delegate the calls between those who have been the longest idle. A requirement for being an agent in a call queue is that you have users with phone system license assigned. They don't need to have a phone number, they don't need to have a calling plan, they don't need to be part of direct routing, but they need phone system assigned in order to be presented the call. Of course, they can then only receive the call or maybe forward it internally as a Teams call. They won't be able to dial out from their client, but they can receive calls and so on. Other group-based calling that lights up when users are assigned phone system license is call delegation, group call pickup, and call park. So call delegation is when a user delegates the ability to make and receive calls on your behalf. And it actually also invokes shared line appearance, which means that multiple people can answer a number. So if you have delegated access to people answering for your call, then shared line appearance is what actually forks that call and presents it both for you and your delegate. Group call pickup is actually a user-organized, self-organized team call, where you can say, hey, I want these 5 people to also receive my calls after 10 minutes, after 20 minutes, or something like that. And they will receive your call, and there is actually no opt-out of this. As an administrator, you can go into Teams, go into the user, and configure this, the group call pickup feature, from the Teams admin portal. But this is also something users can configure themselves. We have actually deployed this for a couple of customers where they needed to make sure the call was answered, the personal calls as well, because there were traders or there were people that had customers calling in, and if it was really important that these customers got their call answered. So after 10 minutes, they wanted to fork the call to all their team members. So that's something we organized and set up in a centralized deployment. And then you have call park. Call park is when you have a call, you place it on hold, and you assign it a number. And you can say to another person that, hey, go to a Teams client and type this number, pick up the call, which is call parking. So they are able to have the call show up for them, and so on and so forth. And yeah, call parking, I heard a scenario for that earlier where you had common area phones in the retail environment, and you wanted to place a call to a department, for instance, and you notify some people in the retail, in the store, hey, there's a call for you, or can you pick up this call? Just go to any Teams phone and type the code and have your call. So that's a scenario as well. It's in here. And this shows that the calling capabilities are there for Teams as well. And this is the reason why we see more and more organizations actually migrate to Teams as their only calling solutions. And we have multiple projects on this, and then we utilize all of these tools I've just talked about. But let's talk about personal calling as well. So personal calling requires you to have a phone system license. And I want to dive into the different abilities here. So if you are in the 10 countries where calling plans are available, you can actually get numbers from Microsoft. Some of these countries are the US, Puerto Rico, it is Belgium, Spain, and so on. And these have the ability to get numbers in the local pool and assign it to users. And that requires a calling plan license. In addition to that, if you want to dial international, for instance, if you only have a domestic plan, then you need communication credits in order to pay for those extra minutes. I will come back to this. Another option which we see a lot of interest in is direct routing. So the user still needs to have phone system applied, but they don't need calling plan. We can just configure direct routing, which is part of the phone system environment, but it requires you to integrate with a session border controller, an SBC. That SBC can either be in Azure, it can be on-premises integrating with your PBX environment, or it can be hosted by a telco or a IT partner, and you won't lose any features. And that's the beauty of the way they have integrated direct routing into Teams. I really like the way they have done it, and it scales really well. So it's for when you want to bring your own zip trunk, bring your existing numbers, integrate with your PBX environment. Maybe you're still having a call center on premises, but your users have been moved to Teams, for instance, and you want to have that integration. Also, if you have a global environment and you want to have least cost routing, which is when you are dialing for local tax in a different country than you reside, that's also when you want to use direct routing. So that's why we see a lot of direct routing, even deployed in those countries that have calling plans available, just because it's a more integrated solution. And then a new thing here is Advanced Communications License. This is a premium license that Microsoft announced at Inspire in July 2020, where if you want to have the call center integration or the compliance recording and have a third-party solutions using those APIs for those users, you need to have this extra license called Advanced Communication. There is more to this. So phone system is included in E5. That is Office 365 E5 and then Microsoft 365 E5. One new thing though that was announced at Inspire 2020 is that license now will include 120 dial out minutes for your users. And for those who already have an E5 license, you actually need to switch SKU for that and have a SKU called with calling minutes. But it's available for everyone that have an E5 license. At Inspire 2020, they also announced the new Enterprise Voice add-on license. That's an add-on which includes a phone system, it includes audio conferencing, it includes calling plans where available, and that's the one license you need to have the perfect telephony calling environment. And I totally agree with this because it resembles Business Voice that was launched a bit earlier in 2020, and which is the ability not just to add phone system to business SKUs, but it bundles phone system and audio conferencing and calling plans where available. The enterprise voice SKU, which you assign to F3 or E3 or A3 licenses, that is enterprise licenses, over 300 users, also get 120 minutes calling, dial out. Really cool. Calling plans has two flavors, domestic and international, which means a calling plan is not something you need to buy for all your users, but you buy for the expected amount of minutes you are dialing out. So one calling plan is 3,000 minutes and in the US and 1,200 minutes in the EU. And that shows that you are able to call out, and it pulls on a tenant level, and you buy, if you have two calling plans, then you will have 6,000 minutes and so on and so forth, which are renewed every month. When dialing out, it is important that we look at the local culture for dialing a number. And doing that, it needs to normalize correct. And don't use too much time on this, because Ken Lasko has got you covered with his ucdialplans.com, where you can actually find all the different normalizations and the typical normalizations for premium numbers, for regular numbers, mobile numbers, local numbers, and so on and so forth, and assign them to your users. So check out UC Dial Plans in order to normalize your numbers correct. Number 3 though, meetings. And meetings are evolving. So when we're moving to Teams only mode, we are also moving to Teams meetings for good. There is no Skype for Business meeting option anymore, which is good. We should standardize our meetings. So let's look at what we need for meetings as well. First off, I believe that we need audio conferencing, which is included in enterprise voice and business voice licensing SKUs. And it's also included in E5 because that gives you a dial-in number. And also it includes 60-minute dial out, which means that you can dial out from a meeting up to 60 minutes, and this pools on a tenant level for the number of assigned licenses. And I emphasize assigned here because assigned is what they need to be in order to get those minutes. And it's pooled, which means that it's not one user that gets 60 minutes and another 60 minutes, but it's pooled on a tenant level, and you can have one user using 120 minutes, for instance. But this gives the ability for some flexibility, but if you see that this is a feature that's really resonating well with users, then you need to add communication credits. And that's a prepaid set of minutes that you assign to users, and then they are able to dial out even outside of this 60-minute pool. Cloud video interoperability is included in the Teams license, which is about being able to have video endpoints dial into your Teams meetings. And I really believe that this is important because you should remove technology barriers for joining your meetings, even if they are joining from Zoom or they are joining from Cisco or Poly endpoints. They should be able to join your meeting in a good way. So those providing that third-party integration is Pexip, Poly, BlueJeans, and also Cisco WebEx has been announced as a partner. So you need to have a service from them. It's no extra license in Teams, but it needs to be assigned as a policy to those users. And then we are seeing advanced communications here again, which brings you richer and larger live events. So default live events is 15 concurrent on your tenant level, and it's 10,000 users at the same time. And with the advanced communication license, you will be able to schedule more meetings at the same time. So 50 meetings, concurrent meetings. So if you see the live event really escalating within your organization, advanced communications is what you need for those users who organize those types of meetings. In the future, You also will see live event overflow, which is you having a regular Teams meeting, and then the person that are one to many actually will get a live event experience to that interactive meeting. Pretty neat, and I believe that will change how we will use those kinds of meetings. But let me walk you through the anatomy of a Teams invite. So by default, you are able to join via mobile, PC, web client, as a signed-in user or anonymous user. That's great, but it requires that you have a client, internet, and so on and so forth. So in comes audio conferencing, where you get that number, and look at that link, that beautiful link, because this link actually includes the conference ID. How cool is that, right? So you are able to one-click that number, and your mobile will dial you directly into the meeting. It's beautiful. The moment I use this is when I'm on out and about, and I'm driving home, for instance. I don't want to. I know that I have a poor internet reception at home for mobile, so I don't want to drop every time I get home or reach a spot on my way home with poor internet reception. So I dial into the meeting instead. You can even get a local number here and find a local number in order to dial a local text. Then you have the cloud video interop integration. So this is where you need a third party, but it's integrated into the Teams service. So it's already there, and you are able to dial in from your video endpoints as well. And then you can customize with a logo and disclaimer and so on. So audio conferencing is included in E5, and it includes 60 minutes per license. It's included in enterprise voice. It's included in business voice. But advanced communications is an add-on license. It's a premium license that you need to add if you want those larger meetings for live events. But let's talk about meetings, because they are evolving, especially based on the influx of usage that we saw during the spring of 2020. And Microsoft reached about 200 million daily active users with over 4 billion daily meeting minutes. Think about that. That means one thing. The platform has proven itself. The stability during a crisis is there. It's proven. It works. And that's what most organizations are looking for when you're looking at meeting environments and looking at conferencing platforms, because that's when they are most important, is during crisis periods. So we saw that this big influx of users got handled really well by Microsoft. And it's really interesting how they have proven themselves in order to have that stability needed for a solution like that. But something else has happened as well. And that is, users may have changed their meeting behaviors. Don't you agree? That the probability of wanting to have a virtual meeting now versus before is higher. Users may be expecting to have a Teams meeting every time they are having a meeting. And if your meeting doesn't include a Teams meeting, but like, well, I was planning to do this from home or from my cabin or from wherever I am at, because it's just a status meeting, right? It's just a routine meeting that we are having. I don't need to be on site for this meeting. I don't want to travel, even though it takes me just 30 minutes or maybe an hour to the office just to have this meeting. I'm expecting you to include a Teams meeting every time. And that changes how we need to think about meetings as well, also in the office. And meetings are evolving in terms of what they look like in the Teams client. And this is just the beginning, and it's very interesting. Microsoft launched 3x3 multi side-by-side video, and then they announced 7x7, which is 49 video streams. Keep in mind though that when you are moving to 7x7, it is not 49 video streams, it's one video stream. that gets created at the MCU level, which is the Microsoft backend. That is what you will see, and so it won't kill your network with a lot of video streams. It's one stream, not 49. Just be aware of that. And then together mode, as we're shown here, where Microsoft have actually done some research and seen that meeting fatigue is a thing, and it's also shown that you're more present in online meetings and you get tired of that. Two things you need to do. You shouldn't schedule back-to-back meetings. That's one thing, but presenting the attendees in a way like this, in an auditorium form, actually reduces the stress on your brain of keeping up with all those video streams. So Microsoft is evolving how meetings are being used all the time. And I'm really interested to see the announced breakout meetings, how that will work. We have raise hands now as well, which is now part of the mobile client and the MTR platform. So I think what we will see is a lot of interesting features coming up. I want to touch on devices as well. I know Tom Arbuthnot talked about this in his session, but it's important to know that we do have voice-specific devices. We do have focus devices, speaker devices, phones, Teams displays, conference phones, collaboration bars, MTRs and Surface Hubs. So there are equipment that are certified by Microsoft through the certification program that works well with Teams. And Teams display is an interesting device meant to offload your computer, actually, where you can just easily one-click join a meeting with audio and video and do other stuff on your computer. Maybe you haven't brought it up on your desk yet, but you want to join that meeting. And in a better together mode, you will be able to actually combine the PC desktop sharing with the Teams display video. So really interested to see where that lands. And focus devices, know that you get really good devices that are Teams certified as well. This one's interesting, is where we are looking now at like the post-COVID-19 environment, where we shouldn't like go around and touch everything. So this is you being able to control your MTR, your meeting room device from your mobile by admitting people, adjusting volume, raise hands, and so on and so forth from your own device. This requires, of course, the Teams client and that you are in the same tenant. And I'm really looking forward to how that will look as well. But this is important. One does not simply work from home without certified devices. And I wrote a blog post about that. Go check it out. What it means to be certified is this: support for wideband audio. And this is where you are planning for success for telephony and conferencing. So wideband audio is the Silk codec and the new Satin codec as well, where you are able to have a really good HD quality sound. That is what these devices support. And one more thing, they do have noise cancelling on their microphones. So if you are in a landscape with noise around you, you will noise cancel that sound out of your meetings. So number 4 is monitoring. You knowing how your environment is performing. So we talked about Teams only mode, moving telephony to Teams and doing more with meetings in Teams. We need to know that these are performing as expected. And did you know that there is a possibility to know which kind of devices you are using within your organization? So I created a Power BI report for that. So go to this link and download the Power BI report where you will see, are you using certified devices? Because that is important. Don't use consumer devices. Please don't do that. But then you now have monitoring and administration of your devices as well, your shared devices, IP phones, Teams displays, conference phones, collaboration bars, and now also with MTRs. All that is within the Teams admin portal, and I apologize for this grainy picture, but that was the only one including Teams displays as well, which will get its own category within the Teams admin portal. Typically, in general, you will see that you will get an overview, health state, software version, settings you can set, you can reboot the devices, you can gather logs, most importantly, and then you can look at the call history and the device activity history in there as well. So there is a difference between what kind of settings you can set, but for MTRs, you can typically set the signed-in user, what kind of devices are being used, and what kind of theme is on your endpoint. On the collaboration bars, Teams phones, and Teams displays, that's where you can set the location, you can set the time zone, and you can set hot desking capabilities. So all these can be configured centrally, and you can even deploy software to these phones as well. Hopefully that feature will come to MTRs in the future. But that's administration and the devices. We need to look into our environment as well. And we have two kinds of tools for that. We have Call Analytics and Call Quality Dashboard. Call Analytics is available within your Teams admin portal, where you go on the user and go to history and look at the calls. So by looking at the calls for a user, you will see what kind of devices were used, how they connected, and you will also see network metrics. And the network metrics we are interested in are listed in this slide, where we want to see latency between the client and the Microsoft Edge for less than 50 milliseconds, round trip 100 milliseconds, packet loss less than 10%, and packet reorder should not be present. And that's the metrics we are looking for, and those are the metrics you will see within Call Analytics, where you can actually get a confirmation that your network is performing or not performing. But then you have Call Quality Dashboard, and Call Quality Dashboard is more looking at trending activities within your environment. And most importantly here is that you need to add locations, subnets and locations to your tenant, because then you know which calls are internal and which calls are external. So that's important, but then you should also use the Power BI reports, because that's when Call Quality Dashboard gets useful. And I created a blog post on that as well, how you connect to that. But you need to be at least, when you mount the Power BI report in Teams, you need to be at least Teams Communication Support Engineer or Teams Communication Support Specialist. Both specialist and reports reader, they don't see personal identifiable information. So they won't be able to dive into specific users, but they will be able to see trends within your environment. I really like the help desk report because they can dive into specific users and look at their history and their quality and how they are performing and so on and so forth, directly from Power BI, directly from Teams. Be aware though that the Power BI reports can be a bit slow because they are actually looking directly into the call quality database. So bear with the report though, because it's a really great report. So Microsoft has about, I think it was 5 reports that you can download and look at, and more will come in the future as well. And I really like the way it presents itself and becomes more useful within Power BI. Okay, I'm going to leave you with this. That network is key. It doesn't matter if you use certified for Teams devices, your Teams only mode migration was perfect, or you have implemented all the calling features and trained your users on doing that if your network is not performing. So in order to understand how to get the network to perform, we need to understand some basics here. And basics is that there's a difference between signaling and media. Personally, for me, it took me 5 years of working with the product before I actually fully understood the difference between signaling and media. What am I talking about? Well, if you actually are 2 people calling each other from chat in Teams, that's a peer-to-peer call. And which means that signaling goes to the server, but media tries to go directly. So if you are in the same subnet, that media will stay within your network. Why should you know this? Well, if you want to optimize your traffic, or add quality of service to that traffic. You know what kind of client is producing the traffic, you know the port range they are using, and you know that peer-to-peer calls stay internal, so you can actually end-to-end optimize that traffic. One more thing though is that if you have blocked the firewall between those users and they are not able to connect directly, they will actually relay through the Microsoft Cloud. So go to the internet and back again. You need to be aware of this because it may not be what you intend to do. Also be aware, meetings always goes to the Microsoft network, which means that both media and signaling goes to the MCU and the call control relay. Know about this because you need to be able to scale your connectivity to the Microsoft Cloud to make sure that you cater for all those meetings now that will happen in the cloud if you're migrating from Sky for Business Server, for instance. And there are some recommendations we can use, and what you can implement here is quality of service. So there's a button under meeting settings where you can turn on quality of service. What does that do? Well, it's magical actually. It actually adds DHCP markings to iOS, Android, and Mac OS clients. But for Windows, you still need to use group policy. But what it does is that it separates out audio, video, and sharing into these ports. Without quality of service being turned on, the MCU always uses this port for audio, video, and sharing, but your clients are not. They always use 3478 by default. But turning this on, you're separating out these ports, and which means that you can optimize and tag that traffic, especially on the desktop level and in your network environment. So this is a cool trick. Also for peer-to-peer calls, these ports are used. 50,000 to 50,019 is audio. So if you know you have peer-to-peer traffic, you can optimize that traffic. Cool, right? And the goal is to get into the Microsoft network as soon as possible. Do you know what that means? It means that local internet breakout is king. It's really important in a modern network not to relay all that traffic through your WAN, but have it go out to the Microsoft network as soon as possible, because they will go to the nearest Microsoft edge, and then Microsoft will optimize that traffic for you instead of you tromboning that traffic inside your network and out in a central location, back again, and all that. They should be able to go directly. So that's design principle number one. Design principle number two is that you should optimize the traffic as well as it leaves your network. What do we mean about that? Well, Microsoft has three categories for network traffic. You have optimize, allow, and default. And you should bypass, and I don't mean bypass, I mean whitelist, optimize and allow traffic. Optimized traffic is media. It is audio and video going to the Microsoft network. And there are no URLs, only IP ranges. Let me show you what I mean. So the optimized traffic is these ranges, and Microsoft actually added another range here as well recently. So make sure you keep this up to date as well. So whitelist in web proxy, whitelist in firewall, no advanced inspection, no deep packet inspection, no advancedness in your network. Please, thank you. Also around allow, use the same techniques because these are guaranteed Microsoft addresses. The default range, we don't care about. And you should do the same for Exchange traffic. You should do the same for SharePoint and OneDrive traffic as well to make sure you have an optimized environment for this. A typical feedback we get from customers and users is that connectivity and performance is better at the home office than it is in the office. And that it may be because you haven't optimized your traffic. both local internet breakouts and making sure that you're bypassing network smartness for these ranges. And the URL for this is, or you should search for Office 365 IPs and URLs. You will find this article where this is listed. So do that, and you will have an optimized experience. There's one more thing though I want to tell you, and that's around meetings. So Teams meetings are different from Skype meetings. And Teams meetings are hosted where the users are. Actually, the first user that joins a Teams meeting decides the location of the media of that meeting. So if you have a tenant and you have a global company, then it doesn't mean that all meetings are happening in the US, even though you have European users. It depends on which user is joining the meeting first. So what you see here is that we have a tenant in the US and we have users in Europe, and they are joining and having an internal meeting. The relay server here, meeting location, will be in Europe. Keep that in mind. So the three principles are: understand the technology, how media flows within your organization, both for calling and for meetings. Know that the first user who joins the meeting is the one deciding where the meeting is hosted. Number two is get into the Microsoft network as soon as possible. Number three is to optimize the traffic. If you got those down, you're doing well. Here's a tool that you can use, and this is the best tool right now to measure quality on a site. So connectivityoffice.com analyzes your connectivity. It actually creates a client you are running locally and gathering metrics, and then it will upload that data again to connectivityoffice.com and tell you how you did perform. And it actually looks at network metrics, looks at connectivity, and also shows where you are connecting from. So use that. That's the main tool moving forward for this. So that was my session around Teams only mode and the key takeaways around succeeding with Teams only mode. Make sure you have hybrid setup. Make sure that you understand how telephony is done through Teams and Teams only mode. And know that meetings are changing. You should implement audio conferencing, cloud video interop. Make sure that your on-premises and on-site in the office equipment is scaled for virtual meetings in order for you to have more inclusive meetings. Make sure you have set up the monitoring correct so that you have added subnets and sites. Implement the Power BI report for call quality and understand the metrics that are measured in the monitoring, and understand that your devices are healthy. Use my Power BI report for finding all the devices used within the organization, if they are Teams certified or not. And also make sure you have the last mile covered, which is networking. Make sure you understand the principles. Make sure you have optimized, or at least have a plan for that. My name is Ståle Hansen. If you want to know more about this and more details around phone system, meetings, and network quality and all that, I am part of the writing team for Office 365 for IT pros, and we have a discount code for you that you can go and buy our book. We actually update it monthly. So the information actually included in this talk is already in the book. And we've continued to do that, and we've been doing so for multiple years already. So I recommend using that book. And if you're not using that book to understand Office 365, you are missing out. Yes, I dare say it. You are missing out of understanding of Office 365. Recently, I was diving into compliance in Office 365. I read the 2 chapters Tony Redmond wrote about those, and I felt enlightened after that. I felt I had the information I needed to get started with this in a really good way. So really recommend this. I work at Cloudway. I'm the CEO and principal cloud architect at Cloudway, and I'm a Microsoft Regional Director and a Microsoft MVP. So please reach out to me on Twitter, LinkedIn, or check out my YouTube channel where I talk about teams, I talk about productivity, and also how you can become more happy within your life. Please check out the future sessions we have in here as well for the One Day of Teams conference hosted by Petri. Thanks for having me. Thanks for spending the time with me. Good luck.
Hi everybody, welcome to Teams Day, Petri's Get IT Teams Day. I'm Tom Arbuthnot and thanks for joining me in this session. So this session is Microsoft Teams choosing the right devices for a great experience. It's really focused on why getting the right certified device is so important for Microsoft Teams. So if you're using Microsoft Teams for meetings or for calling, you're going to need some kind of audio and video devices. And that's from personal devices right through to room systems. So key takeaways from this session are, why is it even important to get a Microsoft certified device? What's the right device for each scenario? What considerations should you have when choosing a device and a vendor, because there are different vendors? How can Microsoft Teams rooms scale to larger, more complex rooms? How does device management work and device updates work? What are your ongoing operational tasks? And we're going to give some real-world tips based on hands-on experience with Microsoft Teams devices. So just a little bit about me, Tom Arbuthnot. I'm a Principal Solutions Architect at a Microsoft 365 Collaboration Specialist Modality Systems. I've had about 15 years in Collab, 10 years really focused solely on Microsoft Unified Communications and Collaboration. And in the context of this session, what's most important is Teams is what I do pretty much all day, every day. So I'm fortunate to have had hands-on with lots of these devices in customer scenarios. I have way too many devices in my house. Quite a few of these I've got in my house and my garage permanently set up and permanently testing. And I work with customers from thousands to hundreds of thousands of users at the high end. So good experience with Teams and these devices. What are we going to cover in this session? We're going to go through a few different device types. Now you can slice and dice these device types in different ways depending on the scenario, but we're going to look at them in context of personal devices. So these are devices for the individual, usually USB based, but not always. We're then going to look at traditional phones, so desk phones, physical phone on the desk wired into the network, conference phones, and also something new that's just coming out now, which is Microsoft Teams displays. Then we're going to move more into the shared device or the room device. So in that scenario, we've got collaboration bars and we've got Microsoft Teams rooms. We'll talk about important differences between those two, and we'll talk about how we scale up Microsoft Teams meeting rooms to larger, more important spaces. And we'll round out with some hands-on tips and resources for you. So first off, Microsoft device ecosystem. So this is really important and it's different to some other vendors. So Microsoft work with a whole ecosystem of partners. You can see lots of brands there you probably recognize. And what Microsoft do is they provide specifications or software, and the device vendors then build the devices to meet or exceed those specifications. So the idea here is Microsoft are trying to get lots of innovation in the market, lots of different vendors competing with each other, good price competition, and real innovation across portfolio. If Microsoft just made the devices themselves, they wouldn't have all these different innovations from all these different vendors. So there's a bit of competitiveness there between vendors, which generates new ideas, new concepts, but all the devices are tested, certified, approved by Microsoft. So you can see on the screen we're ranging from headsets to handsets to room systems to over on the right kind of a new Teams display experience there. So first thing to understand with Teams devices is you're going to be picking one or more ecosystem vendors for your devices. You're not getting your devices directly from Microsoft. And in fact, the Microsoft devices like Surface headphones or Surface earbuds are actually not certified for Teams. Yes, they are Microsoft made devices, but they're not certified and approved for Microsoft Teams. So what do I mean by Microsoft certified? Well, there's a Microsoft program specifically for devices, and vendors can choose to submit their devices and get certified by Microsoft, which means they get a badge of approval that it's been tested and it'll work and it'll have a good experience on Teams. And the idea of this really from Microsoft's point of view is to drive a consistent user experience. So on the room systems, all the software looks the same, all the buttons look the same, the experience is identical across different vendors. Also to ensure good audio video experience, so checking that they're up to a quality bar, checking that the drivers are right and they're all compatible. Also, if you go down the certified device route, anything certified is going to be supported and managed by Microsoft. And what I mean by that is things like collab bars, phones, room systems, they'll all be updatable directly from Microsoft. They'll all run the same software. On USB devices, you might have specific Teams functionality, like some devices have a Teams button. Obviously, if you have a mute on your headset, you'd expect that to sync and mute the Teams client, that kind of thing. And last but not least, it shows vendor commitment to the space. So when you're choosing between vendors, if a vendor has taken the time to certify with Microsoft, you know they're fairly committed to this space and they're going to meet the quality bar and the experience bar you want for your users. So last link on this slide is all the devices certified for Microsoft Teams, so you can look through them in a kind of device catalog. Okay, so we've talked about how devices work from different vendors, and we've talked about why certified is important. Now let's get into some devices. So we're going to start with personal. So when I talk about personal devices, I'm talking about headsets, and there are different forms of headsets. Personal speakerphones, sometimes called pucks, USB cameras, and USB cameras span from personal to room systems, which we'll talk about. And there's also an interesting new category, which is first-line worker devices, specific line of business for first-line worker scenarios. So first off, headsets. There's a lot of talk about headsets. So in traditional old UC world, you would have an IP telephony, but these days that has mostly been replaced by headset first and not necessarily needing an IP phone on the desk. You've got many different options. You've got over ear, kind of completely over the ear. You've got on ear, you've got earbuds, and it's really a personal choice as to which suits you best. You should think about how much your users are going to wear them. Like if it's a full-time 9 to 5, I'm on my headset all day, that might be a different user experience than say popping in earbuds for a half-hour call. Overall advice, don't go super cheap if it's a primary work device. I see lots of projects where people are like, well, we can save loads of money because we used to have these expensive IP phones and now we can buy these low-end headsets. Think about how often those headsets are going to be used by your users. Think about the performance, the comfort. If they're being used heavily, it's worth investing a little bit of money in devices. All these devices either connect via USB or have a dongle if they're wireless, and they have options for Bluetooth and options for DECT for wireless. So Bluetooth is your more common wireless, and it gives you a reasonable range, and it also lets you to connect to mobiles as well, which is nice. DECT gives you a larger range and a different amount of bandwidth for concurrent connections to DECT. So for a DECT headset, I can run all over my house, for example. A Bluetooth headset, I can get a few meters. So considerations when you're choosing headsets. Do you want a headset that covers desk-based work and mobile working? So some of those portable headsets, they work great for being plugged in with a dongle to your laptop, and you could keep them in your bag and use them on the move with a mobile device. If it's more of a DECT headset, it's more permanently desk-based. It's wireless, but it doesn't come with you with the laptop. It has a base station that may even be plugged into the mains. All things being even, a mic boom is going to give you a better mic pickup. So boomless headsets are really fashionable at the moment. You saw the Bose, there's a Poly one. But if you can use a boom, you're going to get a better experience. Not everybody likes them. Think about the amount of vendors you have to support. So yes, there's many options, and you could pick from different vendors across the board, but you're going to have to strike up commercial relationships with those or with a provider that provides all of them. They're all going to have slightly different update processes, slightly different support processes. So if you can rationalize your vendors and get everything you want, then that's really worth doing. Think about the vendor support lifecycle. How long is the vendor committed to that device? How long do they typically support firmware on their devices? If you're spending lots of money on devices, look for some kind of commitment as to how long they're going to be supported in market. And think about replaceable parts as well. So if you're going to reuse headsets, you want replaceable ear pads, mic boom protectors, that kind of thing. Again, all things being even, wired is going to be more reliable and have less variables than wireless. Everybody wants wireless because it's nice and free and cool. I use wireless a lot, but at scale, if your users are happy to plug in a USB cable, it's going to make your support a little bit easier. Bluetooth, as I said earlier, offers mobile and PC connectivity, so you can have one headset that serves both purposes, which is really handy. DECT is great at home, particularly. I can walk through my entire 3-floor house and even out onto the street on DECT, no problem. I couldn't do that with Bluetooth. So if you've got people that want to roam around at home, then actually spending a little bit more money on DECT can give them a better experience. Definitely consider battery life. That's really important. Some devices will have fast charge, so you can dock them for 20 minutes and they'll be quarter charged or half charged again. Again, heavy users, you're going to watch out for those on wireless devices. Noise cancelling can be really good. So there's different types of noise cancelling. There's noise cancelling that you can reduce the noise in your environment. So the outside office noise or the background noise gets cancelled out for you. And then there's noise cancelling in the sense of mics that are cleverly designed to reduce and reject background noise around you. So both different technologies, both really useful. Again, in this working from home kind of experience, often blocking out noise from around the house for you to focus can be really, really high value. Last one on wireless, if you're going Bluetooth or DECT, watch for density. And what I mean by density is the number of devices in a given area. So working from home, this is going to be no problem. But when you're in an office environment and you've got lots of desks back to back, there's only so much wireless bandwidth for Bluetooth and DECT. So you can't have too many devices in too dense an area, or you may have to tune the DECT devices so they're using different bandwidth for each user, for example, or even reduce the bandwidth from wideband to narrowband. So if you're managing a big office and you're rolling out lots of wireless devices, make sure you talk to somebody who understands about wireless and device density. So that's headsets. Headsets are a must for most people. Speaker pucks are a really, really nice option as well. So I keep one of these in my bag all the time. This is a personal USB speakerphone. So you can plug it into a PC through a USB cable, or you can also have Bluetooth ones that have a Bluetooth dongle and can Bluetooth sync to your mobile as well. So some of these have batteries, so you can use them completely wireless. Some even have kind of better experience for music, that kind of thing. But the main idea is you can keep a speakerphone in your bag and be ready when you have an ad hoc meeting to just pull it out, plug it into the laptop, and off you go. Also, I do see some people using these as kind of a budget room option. They're only really suitable where you can keep one in the room and you know everybody has a laptop so they can plug in as they jump into the room. More often than not, they will go walkabout. So if you're going to do that, you probably need one with a Kensington lock to lock it down. But any of your mobile workers going to customer site, going to different environments, it can be super, super handy to have an ad hoc speakerphone on the go. And if you're traveling a lot, to have that in the hotel room, really, really handy. We're also seeing increasing demand for them at home where people are getting kind of headset fatigue. They don't want to be in a headset all day. Provided they haven't got lots and lots of background noise, a speakerphone can give them a really good experience, and certainly way, way better than using the inbuilt PC mic and speakers, which will pick up lots and lots of noise. Moving on, USB cameras. Now this is really a crossover category. So you've got webcams that connect to your PC for a personal experience, and then you move right up to USB-based room system cameras, which can be technically connected to a PC and used with Teams, but can also be connected to a Microsoft Teams room to give a full proper room experience. And you can't really easily divide them because, say, a personal webcam might also stretch to being a good experience for a huddle space, but you can certainly say things like on the top right here, the Polycom Eagle Eye Director. That's a great big motorized automatic 2-camera setup. That's not a personal camera. Things to think about here are the resolution, the quality of the lenses, and resolution doesn't necessarily mean quality, so it's worth getting hands-on with some of these to see the differences. The angle at which the lens records, so is it 90, 120, 180, how much of the room can the lens take in from a distance. Some of them have clever auto framing where they will dynamically frame the picture around one or more people in frame. And some have remote control pan, tilt and zoom, so you can use a remote or even keys on the Microsoft Teams room to move the cameras around. So big range of prices here depending on your use case. For a personal use, a webcam is always going to be a lot better than the built-in cameras in a PC. The PC laptop cameras are very, very basic. Even jumping up to a really basic Logitech webcam will be a massive jump in quality. So if your users are using video heavily, it's worth having a webcam, not a built-in camera. And as we get into the room space, certainly really good optics are going to make a big difference to that remote experience of the meeting. So now a little bit more specific, first-line worker. And first-line worker is a bit of a catch-all term, but we're talking about maybe retail, manufacturing, oil and gas, power, anyone that's a bit more hands-on or on the floor, on the ground, in the manufacturing, in the warehouse, that kind of thing. Again, the beauty of an ecosystem here is Microsoft have different options. So the Poly Alara, you can see there, is the mobile docking station. So that essentially is a wireless mobile charger that also docks via Bluetooth, has a Teams button, has a headset built in, has a keypad. So maybe in a retail scenario, you might jump in, drop your mobile, pick up your headset and carry on your conversation directly from the dock. That's a really interesting new form factor available for Teams. There is Teams walkie-talkie. This is a brand new feature, just gone into general preview, and this changes Teams into a full-on two-way press-to-talk walkie-talkie experience. Big demand in kind of retail and construction, and you can get dedicated headsets with the push-to-talk button. So it literally controls Teams. You push, talk, and it goes out to your group. That's all done through Teams. And even more kind of advanced than that, there's a company called RealWear that has these headset-mounted audio and little screen display and camera built into a headset, so you can see it here on a hard hat, and this gives a video feed to the remote end of what's going on, what the user can see, and has a little display for them to be able to interact in the meeting. So this is really interesting in things like manufacturing, where you're going to do repairs and you can have remote support with an expert on hand remotely who you can talk to dynamically, completely hands-free. Super interesting. If you're in any of these first line worker scenarios, worth reaching out to these vendors and trying some of this technology out for sure. It's very advanced. So everything we've talked about in the personal device space is mostly USB based. So how does that work for management and firmware updates? Or it basically boils down to PC clients. So there'll be, each vendor will likely have some kind of update application. Often that application does updates and management of the device as well. So things like turning on and off audio prompts inside the speaker, maybe turning up or down the active noise cancelling, that kind of thing. You'll need that client on the PC to get the best experience out of the headset. And this is where we talk about multiple vendors, is if you're going to choose one headset from each vendor for your organization, you're going to have lots and lots of different software potentially to manage there. So this is where rationalizing your vendors can help you out. Some of them have centralized device management and can push out updates and can manage and monitor remotely. Some of them charge for that functionality. So when you're considering personal devices, think about the total cost of ownership, think about management, think about updates, think about that process. Very often it's left down to end users to update these devices, and that can be okay with the right comms. It can be challenging to get all users to do this, but if you push out the device management pack onto the desktop of the users, the device can prompt them to update for firmware, that kind of thing. And also it's worth noting that some USB devices, when they're attached to Microsoft Teams rooms, can update directly from Windows Update. So check with your room system devices. If you're buying the more room orientated devices, they might well be able to update in a Microsoft Teams room scenario. But if you're using them outside of Microsoft Teams rooms, you're still going to need some way to manually update the firmware on those devices. And that is really worth doing, because there is lots of support improvements and fixes and patches that go into the firmware. So do expect at some time during the device lifecycle to do an update on the firmware for best experience. Okay, so that is what I would call personal devices or USB devices, but phones and conference phones are still a really important part of a lot of Microsoft Teams deployments. It's popular to kind of say phones are gone and phones are out of fashion and everybody should be using a headset, but there are still really good use cases for phones. If nothing else, just common area spaces where you just need a phone available. But also lots of people like to have a phone on hand that's not tied to a PC or a laptop, that's wired directly into the network, easy to understand, known experience. And Microsoft Teams has these. So they are classic network connected power over Ethernet IP phones. They all run Microsoft specific software on top of vendor controlled Android. So from a user experience point of view, you don't need to know it's Android, but it's interesting to know it's Android underneath. All update from Microsoft Teams directly. So Microsoft control the software, vendors choose the hardware. So the experience is going to be identical no matter which vendor you pick, but the form factor of the devices can be very, very different. Some options, all of them have hot desk or kind of sign in, sign out type scenarios. Some can register to a local session border controller to have resiliency outside of Teams. Some have Wi-Fi, some have Bluetooth, so you can add a headset. And some, as you can see here, the Poly one can also attach a wired headset. And that device is an IP phone, but it has no handset or keypad. So really it's just a desk-based Android device that I connect a headset to. So you can have kind of an interesting scenario there where you have a headset user on a dedicated always-on PoE device without having to worry about having a laptop or a desktop, but do have a headset experience and just don't need a handset. We do see a lot of IP phones that then have headsets attached and people never pick up the actual handset. So interesting option there in the market. But don't gloss over these, don't try and aggressively push headsets on everybody. If somebody wants a handset and you've got it in budget, there's definitely an option there. Conference phones, exactly the same story really, same type of software, Android based, PoE. The difference here is the form factor is designed for a conference room. So farther reaching mics, louder speaker. The top one there has extension mics on decked. You can also get spider mics for the lower one, the Poly one there. So again, if you need an audio only experience, an always on experience, a PoE IP phone, you've got that well covered there. As I said, all these phones update from Microsoft. That's really important to understand. If you're buying a Microsoft Teams phone, it's going to update directly from the Teams Admin Center. The device updates are applied automatically by default. You can decide if you want to apply them ASAP as soon as they come out, or you can lag for 30 days or 90 days if you're a bit more cautious about updates. The default is applied within 30 days, but you can be a bit more aggressive or a bit less aggressive depending on what you want to do there. This is really nice. In terms of total cost of ownership, this takes a lot of the management and maintenance out of the mix. You're doing it through the same admin center, you control all of Teams. And something to look out for on the phones or kind of phones plus device side, this is a new device category. It's called Microsoft Teams Displays. So you can think of these a bit like a Google Home or an Amazon Echo Show. It's a screen device with a mic, with speakers, acts as a speakerphone, but it can do far more. So it can have meetings, calls, calendar, chat, files. So a dedicated device, again Android based, but you don't need to know that, just under the covers. Lenovo already have this form factor out. I've got one. It's a really interesting form factor. You can turn it horizontal and have it tall. You can have it sideways. At the moment, it's running the IP phone firmware, but it will be updated to this new Teams display firmware in Q3. So something that lots of people have asked for is a dedicated device with video, audio sharing. This is that option to have a dedicated device. A question that will often get asked is, what about Skype phones? Can I use my Skype phones with Teams? The answer is yes, but with some caveats. So there are Skype Business Online 3-pip third-party IP phones. They do work, but they have limited functionality. They're not compatible with Teams E911, which is worth knowing. So as a crossover, they're technically supported until the 31st of July 2023, but lots of the new experience and the new features won't be there. The software won't look any different to how it did on Skype. So fairly basic experience, but if you have got those devices and you want to sweat them for a bit longer, you can technically connect them to Teams. For best experience, you're looking at the Teams phones. So we've gone through personal devices, we've gone through IP phones. Let's get into room systems. So Microsoft have two big options for rooms in Teams. They have their collab bars or collaboration bars. So you can see that on the left, that is a dedicated bar Android client designed more for the huddle space, and that gives you a experience for a phone booth, huddle space, couple of people, always on, good to go. And then you've got the Microsoft Teams rooms, which are for a larger room, more advanced. They're Windows based, they have more horsepower, more functionality. Worth understanding, we get this question a lot. You can't make your own Microsoft Teams room. So even though it is a Windows 10 PC with software, it has to be certified hardware for that software to work. So you can't just roll your own and buy your own pieces. You have to buy a Microsoft Teams room. So what's the difference? How do I pick between a collab bar and a Microsoft Teams room? Well, collab bar, again, it's for the huddle space. It's Android based. It has a single display, although dual display I think is on the roadmap. It has touchscreen kind of first experience or remote control, but it's designed for a smaller, almost personal experience. The Teams room is for your more traditional room space. So you have a touch panel for control, can go right up to large rooms. It's 2x2 video at the moment, but going to 3x3 pretty soon. It has content camera, it has whiteboard capture, it has dual screen support. So think of Collab Bar as small space huddle and Microsoft Teams room for everything else. A question that will often get asked is, what about existing rooms? I've got Cisco rooms, I've got Poly standard space rooms. How do I connect those? Well, you can connect those to Microsoft Teams, and you do that through Cloud Video Interop. And that is a third-party service. So today in market, BlueJeans, Pexiv and Poly offer this service. Also, it's coming from Cisco relatively soon. And what this does, this adds an additional invite information when the meeting is scheduled that allows the standard based rooms to join through a cloud gateway. So this is the responsibility of the scheduler to have this license. Once the scheduler has the license, any room can join. You don't buy this for your standard rooms, you buy this for the people scheduling the meetings. And this gives an experience where the standard space room can seamlessly join, get audio, video and content. You're not going to get any of the flash new Microsoft Teams features. You're not going to get whiteboard capture. You're not going to get proximity join. It's the standard spaced room, but it does let you sweat those rooms and join those to Teams meetings for a bit longer. Another question I often get is, what about Service Hub? That's a Microsoft product for rooms. It is and it isn't. It can join meetings, but it's not really a Microsoft Teams room. It runs a different operating system that has a Teams client, but it's not a Microsoft Teams room. So it doesn't have all the advanced features. You can connect some additional AV to it. You can add extra cameras to it. But really, it's not designed to be the room meeting experience. And Microsoft are actually working on a coordinated join, they call it, experience, where you can have a Teams room and a Surface Hub in the same room, and the Surface Hub becomes the whiteboard for the Teams meeting, but the Microsoft Teams room runs the meeting join experience. So yes, the Surface Hub absolutely can join a Teams meeting in a huddle type environment, can be a great endpoint, but it's not a room system. It shouldn't be pitched as such, really. So we've given a few options there. How do we decide what the right devices? Well, think about your room size and your use cases, obviously. The things you need to consider in terms of choosing hardware are camera. So what's the range of the camera? What's the depth of the camera? Mic array, would a single mic do? Do I need multiple mics? Where am I going to place the mics? The camera field of view we mentioned there. Cable management, super important. How am I going to run the cables? How am I going to keep them tidy? That kind of thing. Acoustics in the room, does the room need audio treatment? How will the mics deal with it? If it's all glass, that can be really tricky, for example. And lighting for the room. So it doesn't matter how good your camera is, if you've got poor lighting, it's really going to suffer. If you're restricted on how you can control the lighting, you're going to need a really good camera to get a really nice pickup. The better you can get the lighting, the less work the camera has to do. So with the camera, consider if you want pan, tilt, zoom, if you want dynamic framing, for example, face tracking, that kind of thing. For the mics, think about where the mic's going to sit, how many mics you're going to need. For camera field of view, look for, all things being even, a wider field of view, maybe with auto framing, that could be really useful. Cable management we'll get onto in a bit more detail, but this is the thing that lets a lot of installs down, is there are a few different cables to run, and we'll talk about that in a second. And acoustics and lighting, if you can get professionals in to talk about this stuff, particularly if it's a decent sized room, there is a speciality to understanding acoustics and lighting. If you're working with what you've got, then you just want to try and not have lots and lots of flat surfaces, maybe get some acoustic paneling. If it's an important room, you can get special acoustic treatments, and lighting, just make sure it's bright and consistent and in the right position relative to the camera. A whole slide for cable management, because this is the thing I think that's really important, is Microsoft Teams rooms are going to have different cables depending on the model you take. Some run one cable to the screen and have the compute on the desk. Some have the compute separately and require a cable to go to the compute. Some have extenders that run everything over Cat6, so you can have one cable between the unit and the touch panel, for example. But when you're choosing devices and setting up your rooms, consider how you want to run your cabling and how that will influence your choice of devices. So first off, we'll dive into collab bars. So you can see on the right there how simple they can be. It's HDMI, it's a network connection. In this case, the Yealink runs over PoE, and it's a USB connection for a touchscreen. So 3 connections to plug in. They can also be Wi-Fi. The Poly, the one at the top of the screen, has inbuilt mic and speaker, so it's a self-contained unit. The Yealink one has a separate speakerphone and optional remote. They all have a web interface for remote access. So as far as simplicity goes and all-in-one goes, this is a really easy option to add to a room. Worth considering, they're really ideal with a touchscreen. Yes, they work with a remote. Yes, they can work with a touch panel to control, but the experience is really slick when it's a touchscreen. So if you can bridge your budget to touchscreens, it'll be a much, much better experience. They also have proximity join, so increasingly you can join and manage them from the mobile experience as well, which removes the need for touch somewhat. And Microsoft are working on adding remote control into the mobile client as well, so maybe that becomes less important moving forward, but it really is a great experience with touch. How they managed, really simple. Everything is managed through the Teams Admin Center, updates and control. There are some settings that are vendor specific, like for example tuning camera settings or controlling some of the underlying device features like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So you can either control those on the local unit or use the web interface to control those. But updates are all coming directly from Microsoft through the Teams Admin Center. So now we move on to the bigger brother, if you like, the full room system. These are Microsoft Teams rooms. They are Windows based, so the other ones are Android, these are Windows. You can see lots of different vendor options here. And what you're thinking about here is you've got a touch panel, you've got compute, and you've got audio video devices. So you can get screens, touch screens for the center of the room console from I think about 7 inches to 12 inches. Some have the compute built into the touch screen, like the Lenovo. Others, like the Logitech, have a Intel NUC or a Lenovo PC behind the unit so that they are having compute, say, behind the screen, and the touch is done on the desk. And each of those will have different ways to wire up units, so think about that. These have more advanced features in the collab bar. They have whiteboard content capture. They can join WebEx meetings and in beta at the moment, Zoom meetings, and they also work for Skype for Business. So they can join Skype for Business meetings and Teams meetings, whereas a collab bar is only for Teams. It's now worth sort of saying that often people think of these as a Windows PC. It's not. It's a Windows PC running an appliance model where it's only a Microsoft Teams room, and it has the ability to add lots of different audio and video devices to really scale out that experience. So here's some examples of going beyond the basics. So you can have ceiling tiles and DSPs to have really advanced audio scenarios. So these ceiling tile mics, like the ones from Shure and are really good experiences, Sennheiser being the other one. You can connect those up in to replace ceiling tiles. You can have one will cover quite a big area. You can chain them if you need to. So you're taking all your microphones off the desk in that case. Biamp has extensive speaker experience there with amps and different speakers. Shure has these desk-based units that are dedicated to picking up audio as well that are really nice. And on the camera front, you can have the Poly Eagle Eye Director, which is a 2-camera system, one panning for who's speaking at the time, the other one zooming in on the active speaker. Logitech has extensive pan tilt zoom cameras as well. So you can go right from what you might consider like a fairly basic webcam type experience like the Brio 4K right through to the Poly Eagle Eye Director, and from an audio experience it doesn't just have to be a simple on the desk speakerphone, it can be structured audio through the whole room. So lots and lots of options there, and you can mix and match vendors in this space. So you can choose your favorite room system and you can apply your favorite AV system. Less vendors again is going to be easier to support, but don't think that you're limited because you bought a Crestron system. You have to like Crestron Blessed AV. You could have different AV. They're all intercompatible. Also worth noting, if you have the option to add touch, you can add a touch display and have whiteboard and inking, which is really cool. You can get overlay frames on existing monitors to make them touch, or you can buy dedicated touch screen. You will need a USB connection back to the main unit for control of that. And taking it even further, you can have active content capture from cameras that capture whiteboards. And this is so cool. If you haven't seen this demo, check it out. There's videos on YouTube. But what this is doing is taking a second webcam, so like the Logitech's or the Huddly there from Crestron, pointing it at a whiteboard in the room. So it's a second webcam, the primary one looking at people, the second looking at the whiteboard. It will frame and take the whiteboard content, and it will ghost the active person walking in front of the whiteboard while they're writing, so you can see the content. And this is such a better remote experience for whiteboards. Yes, digital whiteboards are great, but lots of people still use physical whiteboards. This gives you a really cost-effective way to grab that content and see it. And it's worth experiencing remotely. It's pretty clever how the AI can take the whiteboard content and sharpen it up and make it appear, and you can still see the person at the whiteboard. Really cool. So requirements for the Microsoft Teams rooms, they're a little bit more advanced requirements in the collaboration bar. You want to have the wired gigabit connection. You need the ability to run cables. So like unlike the collab bars, which are going to touch directly to the monitor, you're going to want a touch control panel somewhere away from the screen. You're going to need 1 or 2 1080p displays. Make sure they are 1080p. Make sure they support HDMI CEC, which is the ability for the unit to control the screen, so it powers it up automatically, that kind of thing. That's really important. You'll need to plug these in somewhere where they've got DHCP for the initial IP address. So when you plug them in, they do boot off DHCP. So think about that. If they're in a special subnet that doesn't have DHCP, it can be challenging. Obviously, make sure you've got the right connectivity from that network connection to Microsoft Teams. So watch out for firewalls, proxies, rules, those kind of things. If you can bypass, proxies do. They often cause problems. So this is a dedicated room. If you can bypass it, that's great. And you're going to need some way to monitor these rooms for being online, for event logs, for updates, that kind of thing. So Microsoft would recommend Azure Monitor for that scenario. Again, onto operations management. You can manage these through the Teams Admin Center. That's just rolling out right now. There is the ability to update them from Windows Update for the Windows patches, and the Microsoft Teams app updates from Microsoft directly from their App Store too. So you can leave these running in auto update, or you can do some enterprise management to control the updates. All things being even, if you leave them to update, they're generally reliable. If you've got lots and lots and lots of them, you might want to manage that slightly more. You will want to monitor them and collect logs, like just to know they're online, to know nobody's unplugged anything, to know they're working. That's really important. And there's a really good experience coming to the standard Teams Admin Center, but Microsoft also have a premium experience on top of that, which we'll talk about in a second, and that has a premium rooms management system portal. But the standards management out of the Teams Admin Center, which is included in your license, should be more than enough for most people. So I talked about premium. What's that mean? Well, when you come to Microsoft Teams Room licenses, there's two kind of levels. There is Microsoft Teams Room Standard, which used to be just called a meetings license, and that gives you all your licenses to run your room. So it gives you ability to sign into Teams, phone system, PSTN conferencing. You need that for the room system to work. That lists at about $15 per month for room. On top of that, there is Microsoft Teams Room Premium. And what that does is adds a Microsoft managed remote support wrap where they will real-time monitor you, they will alert you, they will proactively tell you to update your systems, they will deal with any incidents with you through text chat. So if you do feel like you need an extra level of service monitoring and management, you can go down the premium route. And also with the premium route, you get a premium room management system portal where you can put your rooms into rings, for example, to update them at different times with different rooms. Does advanced monitoring and reporting, that kind of thing. You can check that out on a free trial as well, so it's worth having a go at that. But worth understanding that is $50 a month on top of the standard $15 a month. So a decent level of uplift if you're scaling up your rooms there. The minimum you need is that $15 a month license. So we've gone through now from personal devices to phones to room systems. Hopefully that's given you a good feel for all the different device options. Microsoft are aiming to have this ecosystem cover every scenario your organization could need. So let's round out with some tips and thoughts. Whichever device you're looking at, whichever scenario, test devices. You can't really get a good idea of device performance or build quality from a website. So any good device vendor will have sale or return options. Any good device vendor will often be able to lend you devices to try them out, that kind of thing. And when you test, make sure you test the local experience and the remote experience. I see lots of people testing, for example, meeting rooms or speakerphones, where they all walk into the meeting room and say, this looks great. What's the remote experience for audio pickup? What's the remote experience of video? That's super, super important. When you do test, gather real user feedback. So see devices out to your users. Don't have IT choose the devices without talking to the users, because the users will have certain opinions. They'll like certain styles, they'll like certain brands, they'll like certain fit and feel. So do give your users some input into which device you go down. All things being even, try and minimize your vendors to limit your support overhead. Like there's probably not much reason for an organization to have all 6 different vendors Microsoft Teams rooms in their environment. Maybe different business units have chosen different vendors, but functionally they're similar. The software is identical, the features are identical. It's things like the hardware and the cabling that are different. So if you can, try and have a strategy to minimize your vendors so you can maximize your spend and your influence with any one vendor, but also your support, your management, any user agents, any updates. They're all going to be the same and familiar. You can definitely improve your experience in IT by minimizing those devices. And same thing for things like headsets and handsets. Like there's less management there, but headsets, if you've got one of every vendor and IT are trying to take responsibility for updates, that's a lot of overhead as opposed to having maybe a couple of vendors in play. But don't limit vendors to the extent where you don't make the right device choice. Like if vendor X has the ideal device for a subset of your users, but you're mainly vendor Y, absolutely still go vendor X. It's still a Teams device, it's still certified, you can still trust it and update it. You're just adding some additional operational overhead there. whichever devices you use, make sure that they're up to date and keep them up to date. That's really important. Things do change over time. And consider the ongoing operational requirements. Devices are not a one and done. They do need management and monitoring. So when you're thinking about your team's project and your operations, remember device updates, management, replacement, RMAs, patching, those kind of things all need to do done. I hope that's been useful. A bit of a whistle-stop tour. It's a big topic to get all the different types of devices into one session, but hopefully that's been useful for you. Here are some resources. The deck will be shared, I think, alongside this session. Microsoft Teams Rooms Foundations is a new course from Microsoft. You have to sign in through LinkedIn. I think just they've used that as their learning platform, but it's completely free. There's the certified device catalog that has all the devices available, the documentation, a really good Ignite session that gives lots of demos about what's happening in Microsoft Teams Rooms, and a bit of a self-plug at the end there. If you're interested, my blog, I focus on Microsoft Teams. I do fairly regular blogs on everything new that's coming, and I have a bi-weekly email update which gives all the news and information. So I've been Tom Arbuthnot. I really hope that's been useful. I'd love your questions and feedback. Feel free to catch me on Twitter or LinkedIn or my blog. And any questions or feedback, always super welcome. So thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the other sessions, and talk to you soon.
The session has now concluded. Don't forget to download your handout at petri.com/conferences or tune into one of our many other sessions during Get IT Teams Day. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, so we're getting towards the end of the day. This is Tony Redmond again. We're going to talk this time about teams and compliance, which is one of my favorite topics. It's maybe doesn't quite float your boat, but I'm certainly interested in the technology and the whys and wherefores of compliance. It's probably a technology that's more interesting to the enterprise than it is the education or academic space because of the regulations that apply to companies like financial institutions. And that's why this technology is so important to them. But anyway, let's get things going. You guys have listened to my introduction before. You listened to in the first session, so I'm not going to go through it here again. Let's go straight on to the agenda. What we're going to talk about. So I want to talk about, firstly, what these Teams compliant records and how they're generated, and then talk about how retention policies work and how they work against those compliance records. We'll then talk about how you search for all this content. We'll talk a little bit about the audit log because a lot of information gets logged there. And then we'll finish up with information barriers and data loss prevention. And we'll see how it goes in about 30 minutes or so. Of course, I say 30 minutes, it'll probably be longer because I'm so enthusiastic about this. Anyway, so this is the capture flow for Teams compliance records. Now, if you remember in the first session, I talked about and said there is this apprehension out there that some Teams data is stored in Exchange Online. No Teams messaging data is stored in Exchange Online. That all remains in Cosmos DB, Azure Cosmos DB. What gets it stored in Exchange Online are compliance records. And the way things work is this. I create a message to somebody in Teams, be it a chat message in a personal one-to-one call, or I post a message to a channel. Great, no problem. Teams goes and writes that information into its own message stores. And at the same time, a thing called the Microsoft 365 substrate, or the Office 365 substrate, it's also called, notices that a new message has been posted to the chat service. The substrate steps in and it captures a copy of the message as a mail item, and it posts that mail item into the appropriate mailbox that's designated to capture this information. So if it's a personal chat or a group chat, copies of the messages are posted into every mailbox, or the mailbox of every participant in that chat. And we'll talk about why that would be so in a moment. If it is a channel conversation, then only a single message is posted and it goes into the group mailbox for the team where that owns the channel. Now, if it's a message in a private channel, things are slightly different because, again, messages or copies of the messages are posted to the mailboxes of all the participants in that channel. And you may ask, why is this difference? Why are there a different number of messages posted? And the thing is, it all goes back to the ownership of the message. Because in a channel, no individual owns the message. The team owns the message. So a single copy can be kept, and that's just fine. However, in a group chat, nobody owns a group chat. Nobody owns that thread. Anybody can leave or join the thread at any time, and anybody has control over their own messages. So people can delete copies of those messages as they want. But because because it's important in compliance to be able to find out who is who's participating in a conversation, you need to be able to go and scan a certain number of mailboxes and find out, Joe, Rob, and Jane, were they involved? Well, if I find copies of a message in Joe and Jane's mailbox, then I know that they were involved in a particular conversation. So that's just the reason. It's all to do with membership and ownership of message threads. Anyway, those compliance records end up in Exchange Online. If it's a SharePoint message, if it's a SharePoint document rather, and copies of that document are taken, they're preserved in the same way as all SharePoint information is kept in the preservation whole library to record things like changes and deletions and so forth and so on. And once things are preserved, once we got compliance records, then any of the information protection tools like e-discovery, holes, searches, communications, compliance, archiving, retentions, etc. They all work against these retention records, these compliance records. They don't work against anything in Teams itself. It's all to do with the compliance data that's captured. So these compliance records, the ones for messaging, which we'll talk about mostly, and the reason why I'm going to concentrate on them is that the SharePoint side is pretty well all standard SharePoint. If you make it change to a SharePoint document, that change is captured in the preservation whole library once a document comes under the scope of a retention policy. But for Teams, because we've got this step into Exchange, it's slightly more complicated. And let's cover that in a little bit of detail. So these Teams compliance records, which are stored in Exchange Online, they are copies of individual messages. And the word copy is really, really important here because they're imperfect copies. They're not fully fledged copies. And the reason being that you have this transformation as they go from the Teams message store, which is where they're kept in Azure Cosmos DB, to Exchange. And as they're captured, they're transformed into mail items. And mail items are what the standard message, if you will, that's stored in Exchange Online. It's what you would expect to see in a mailbox. So part of that transformation means that some things are dropped. And Microsoft has made a commitment that they're going to work out how to preserve this information in the future. But for now, this information is dropped. So you get things like reactions. So for example, if I post a message in a conversation and Joe likes it and posts a thumbs up, the thumbs up reaction is not captured. So if you're just looking at the compliance record, you don't see any indication that Joe looked at that message and agreed with their content, which a human being, if they're looking at the information in Teams, would look at it and say, oh, okay, well, because Joe indicated thumbs up, it's really likely that Joe read that content. And that's important information in the context of investigations, when investigators need to understand who did what and where. They would now know, for example, if I post a message saying, hey, Joe, let's rob a bank. And Joe responded with a thumbs up or a heart or some sort of a reaction to indicate approval or buy into the whole idea. If an investigator sees just a plain compliance record without the reaction, they view one opinion, which is, well, Tony proposed to Joe that we would rob a bank. But if they see it in Teams and they see the reaction, they say, Tony proposed to Joe that they'd rob a bank, and Joe agreed. That's a completely different matter. So that's the reason why capture of reactions is important. Another thing that's not captured are voice memos, which can only be recorded using the Teams mobile clients. There's a button there to record a memo, which you can attach to a message to send off. The fact that a voice message is sent is recorded, but the content of that voice message is not. So again, you know, I'm talking to Joe about robbing a bank. I tape a message, hey Joe, I'll meet you outside the bank at 3, bring dynamite. That's in a voice memo. The fact that I talked to Joe is recorded, but the fact that I told him to bring dynamite isn't. Again, could be important for an investigation. And the final thing is kind of weird. Inside a Teams message, you can insert a code snippet. The whole idea is that you got programmers who are trying to debug something, so they send bits of JavaScript or whatever type of code to each other to figure out what the problem is. Well, as it turns out, if you put something inside code which is not code, like Joe bring dynamite, but you mark it as a code segment, then the compliance record, for whatever reason, drops that as it's created. So the fact that I told Joe to bring dynamite is not recorded. And, you know, that's the reason why I say these are imperfect copies. And that's the reason why when you see backup vendors, for example, saying, oh, yeah, we support Teams because we back up the records that are in Exchange. You got to say, hold on a minute, they're imperfect records. You're not backing up everything. And by the way, how do you restore them into a channel conversation or a personal chat? You know, that just doesn't work. That is not a backup. That's certainly not a restore capability. But in terms of what investigators might be looking for, there are also some other gaps, things like a voice feed for calls and meetings. We need to understand that. So we need to get hold of the stream recording. That'd be good. But then again, we got this thing that the recordings of Teams calls and meetings which are held in stream, well, you can get a transcript, but that transcript is not perfect and it's not indexed. So it's kind of hard to go and do a full e-discovery against all this information. And what I'm trying to point out here is that a great deal of information is captured for compliance purposes. But if you're an investigator that are tracking something, you've always got to be prepared to look at the full context of what's available and how people interact through Teams to try and find stuff that might help in an investigation. So as I said earlier, these Teams compliance records and backup, they're not suitable for backup. In fact, one of the bad things about Teams is that there is no streaming API exists. The Teams development group haven't provided one to backup ISVs to say, here, use this to stream data out of Cosmos DB in such a way that we can restore it back. There's no such API available right now. And you compare this against something like Exchange, where you get something like Exchange Web Services, which backup vendors use, or their own version of Exchange Web Services. Some of them have put tweaks to improve performance and resilience. Or in SharePoint, there's lots of different ways of getting SharePoint and OneDrive content out. But with Teams, there's no native backup API available. And this means then that the backup vendors have to go through hoops to get information out of Teams by using these compliance records. But we've already established these records are imperfect, they're not the full 9 yards. And a bigger problem is that they can't be restored into a chat or conversation. Now, there are various tricks that can be used, such as taking a copy of a conversation and injecting it as a new conversation with all of the replies attached to it. You know, it's like a big HTML blob that gets put in, but it's not the original conversation, so it's not a good restore. And I wanted to make that point because there's a lot of FUD out there in the market about this. So a little more detail. We talked about this earlier on, but just to go through point by point. When the substrate gets notified of a new message, it captures it, puts it into the target mailbox, and the target mailboxes then become the candidates to go and search. So if we're searching for Teams information, you're setting up a content search, you're setting up an e-discovery search, or you want to put things like a complete team on hold. What you're going to do is you're going to look for the mailbox where these compliant records are stored to go and to go and put them on hold, right? So the interesting point here is the third bullet under the target mailbox, which talks about these cloud-only mailboxes. What are these? Well, you know what? We have guests that come into our tenant. These guests, as we talked about in the first session, can be added to teams. They have full access to all the information in the team. They can converse with in the team channels. They can chat outside of teams with other people. So they're creating messages, but they don't have personal mailboxes. And it's the same with hybrid users. They don't have personal mailboxes in Exchange Online. But we want to capture those compliance records because they could be important to an investigation. You also have things like hybrid or federated communications with, including to Skype Consumer. Again, a Skype Consumer user doesn't have an Exchange Online mailbox. So to get around this, what happens is that Teams creates these, or rather it asks the Microsoft 365 substrate to create these shards. And a shard is just a piece of mailbox storage. It's also called a cloud-only mailbox. These mailboxes are only available internally within Office 365. They can't be accessed by clients, but they are perfectly capable of storing compliance records for hybrid users, federated users, and guest users. And that's where we pick up compliance for all of those type of users and make sure that we got the complete record of a conversation that occurs no matter who's involved in it. These compliance records also capture what are called call details records. So if you do a Teams call or you set up a meeting, Teams records details of who attends the meeting, the time the meeting starts, the time the meeting ends, and how long it is. That's metadata, right? And that is captured in a Teams compliance record, and it's stored in exactly the same place. It's stored, if it's a private conversation, stored into personal mailboxes. If it's a channel meeting, it's stored in the channel mailbox, or the team mailbox. So how do we get a look at these? Because they're all invisible. Well, as I said earlier, when the substrate creates a compliance record, it creates it as a mail item. It creates it. It's just looks and feels. If you were opening it up with Outlook, it looks like a standard message, and it's stored in the team chat subfolder under conversation history in the user mailbox or in the group mailbox. Now, this is a hidden folder. Normal clients can't get to it, but there are various troubleshooting tools, the most famous of which is a thing called MFC Mappy, which is available through GitHub. A guy called Stephen Griffin was working on it, and MFC Mappy is the most wonderful tool. It goes back to the start of Exchange in the mid-1990s, which is built on Mappy, or as it was called, Extended Mappy, the Microsoft Messaging API. And basically, even today, every message, every item that's created in a mailbox is described in terms of Mappy. So it's got properties, and the properties are linked and so forth and so on. So we can go using MFC Mappy, and we can navigate within a mailbox and go and have a look at the conversation history folder, and then open it up to find the team chat subfolder that's there. And then look at what's called the content table, and in the content table you see all of your compliance records, so you can see exactly what's in it. And here I've just picked up a single property of one of those compliance records, which is called PR HTML, and that stores the content of the actual compliance record. And you can see it's straightforward HTML that's there, and in fact it's got this one, we can see a GIF has been put into a message because we can see a link to a GIF file. That's the way you would go and check. You can, if you really wanted to find out what's in those compliance records. Okay, so moving on from compliance, we've managed to capture a whole pile of records. We're going to talk about retention. You may wonder why we make this transition from compliance records to retention policies. Well, retention policies, which apply across a lot of Office 365, they're supported by a lot of different workloads. They are intended to allow tenants to retain information or remove information that they don't need after certain periods of lapse. Retention policies are created by teams, or can be created for teams. They can apply to either chat or channel conversations. They can't, these retention policies, which are created for teams, can't be combined with other workloads. And the retention policies don't support some of the extended processing like manual disposition. And the reason for this is because teams' retention policies are pretty special. They do not execute against teams, not at all. So the reason why teams' retention policies are different is because they unlike the other workloads, they don't go back to the native data store. Teams' retention policies process the compliance record stored in Exchange Online. So it's quite a complicated process. But the reason why it's done this way is it saved the Exchange, the Teams developers rather, the need to go and create a whole pile of retention processing against Teams, against the Teams data stores. And as we established earlier on, there's a media store, there's a messaging store, and there's other information scattered across Teams. What can happen here is that because the retention records are there in Exchange, and because those retention records are tied back to Teams, if we process the records in Exchange and make deletions to them, then those deletions can ripple back into Teams, and Teams will delete the records out of the Teams store, and eventually they'll be removed from clients. So the way this works is that, as normal, in the background, you have the Exchange mailbox folder system, MFA. It's been around for years. I think it was introduced in Exchange 2010. Anyway, or 2007 actually. Anyway, the MFA is responsible for processing user and group mailboxes and removing anything in the mailbox that shouldn't exist because of retention policies. So if I have a retention policy that says, remove everything after 3 years, MFA will examine every item in the mailbox, and if no other extraction exists, it will remove all data in the mailbox that is older than 3 years. So MFA is in the background. It goes and processes user and group mailboxes at least once weekly. It will look for retention policies that as it goes through, and it will say, oh, okay, I've got some Teams retention policies to process. It will then process those Teams retention policies against the contents of the Teams chat folder. So all those compliance records that are stored in the team chat folder, it'll go and it will process those. Any records that are removed, so if it finds something that says, oh, okay, the Teams policy says remove stuff after 6 months. I have a record here that's 7 months old. I will remove it. What actually happens behind the scenes is that it takes that record and it moves it into a hidden folder called substrate holds, which is part of recoverable items, and it keeps it there until the complete retention policy processing cycle completes. The reason is that we want to be able to reverse things if need be. Anyway, so I put a copy there, and now MFA goes and synchronizes all of the deletions back from Exchange Online to Teams. So there's another process in the background that says, okay, MFA has deleted all of these compliance records. Teams, you now need to go and delete them from Cosmos DB. Teams will go and remove those deleted items from Cosmos DB. And then the final step in the process is that clients will synchronize the deletions from Cosmos DB in their local cache. Teams clients keep data cached locally for better performance. You can see this behavior if you scroll back in time. If you want to go back and look at channel records or channel conversations from a month ago, you'll see a slight delay while Teams goes and grabs that information back from the server. Okay, and once the messages are grabbed from the server, they're put in the local cache, and then they're operated on there. So there is some complicated processing that happens in the background to make sure that information is removed from Team chat folder and then synchronized back to Teams, and then Teams removes it from its data store and then Teams clients update, and eventually the items disappear from view. And that's the way Teams retention policy works. Simple. Okay, now the Teams compliance records that we've just spoken about, they serve another purpose, and that's in terms of communications compliance. Communications compliance is an E5 feature, and basically it's used for monitoring communications, any type of communication that happens inside Office 365 between people. There are lots of different reasons why you want to do this. Microsoft positions it as part of their insider risk solution, which is where you say, you know what, I don't want, let's say, two financial traders conspiring to do something that they shouldn't do to increase the price of a commodity or something like that. There's also, you might have a situation where you don't want people to be conspiring to reveal company secrets to journalists, which would be a horrible thing to do. Anyway, so communication compliance policies are set up, and they will go and review communications in email, Skype for Business Online, and Teams. And they will look for violations. And the violations could be regulatory violations, such as trading problems, or they could be behavioral issues. And one simple behavioral issue that occurs both in the business world and in the education world is bullying, or threatening behavior, or offensive language, that kind of stuff. Actually, with the way things work there is that Microsoft has a group of things called classifiers, which are basically machine learning derived tools that pick up things like offensive language or threatening behavior, because they've been trained against a massive number of examples of what threatening behavior or bad language is, and so they can recognize the signs of it. And if they see somebody going to threaten somebody or to be abusive to somebody in a conversation, they can pick that up as a violation. So the compliance records which are captured in Exchange Online, they're the ones that are examined by the background agents which are evaluating compliance against communication compliance policies, and they are the ones that are picked up if a problem, if a violation is detected. Then a copy of the compliance record is moved into a special mailbox called a supervisory mailbox, and that supervisory mailbox is then accessed by people called reviewers or investigators, and it's their job to look at the content and figure out, you know what, do we have a violation here, or is it just, you know, the policy got it wrong, it picked up something that it shouldn't have, it picked up something that was absolutely straight. In the case of Teams, there's special processing in place which allows the reviewers to say, hey, that's a problem, and they can go and block the message immediately. The sender of the message can still see it, but any of the recipients will not be able to see it. And that's been asserted specifically for the education sector. Remember that Teams is used extensively by schools, and if somebody is bullying somebody in schools, you don't want that any possibility of that kind of bullying to be left in place. So what happens is, if an investigator sees any sort of evidence of bullying or offensive language, threatening behavior, they can immediately pull that information back from Teams, and Teams will block access to that information from anybody except the sender. And the sender will be told, by the way, you know, you've got a problem. This message has now been blocked. And the normal escalation and review process which communications compliance policies use will then swing into play. So this is a good example of how, you know, compliance records which are captured for one initial purpose, which is e-discovery, have now been repurposed to use for another purpose, which is communications compliance. So once I guess the thing is, once you've got good data captured in a convenient location, you can use it for all manner of different kinds of compliance purposes. So we've captured all of these compliance records. How do you actually see them if you don't go and look at something at them with something like MFC mapping? Well, because they're in mailboxes, once you search a mailbox, either with an e-discovery search, advanced e-discovery, or with a content search, Teams compliance records are automatically included in any search that touches a mailbox. So for example, I'm having a conversation with Joe and I say to Joe, Project Felix is coming along well. Well, if somebody then wants to do an investigation and runs an e-discovery case about Project Felix and goes and includes either my mailbox or Joe's mailbox in a search, they will pick up the reference to Project Felix because the team's compliance record containing that is in my mailbox. My mailbox being searched, it'll be found. So that's how Teams messages are picked up. Teams files, if you remember, are stored in SharePoint Online and OneDrive for Business. So if I want to do a complete search of all Teams, what I would do is I'd look in all group mailboxes and I would look in all of the SharePoint and OneDrive locations belonging to the group and the members of those teams, and then find everything there. The point is that all of this information is stored in the two basic Office 365 workloads, Exchange and SharePoint, and it's all indexed, it's all available, it can be found, you just got to go looking for it. Now in some cases you may want to find specific Teams information, and if so, you could do that by tuning the search, and I put three type of search tuning here. One is if I only want to find Teams messages. In other words, I don't want to find normal messages created by normal email. I'll go and look for a message kind of Teams. If I want to find stuff about meeting data, I'd use a keyword. And there's an example in the screenshot there. Well, I'll look for Skype Teams.meeting. And if I want to find the call records, I'll go and look for Skype Teams.call. So there's lots of different ways of going and searching for Teams information. But the important points again, all of the information is stored in either Exchange or SharePoint. And so you just go on SharePoint, I'm including OneDrive for Business there. If you want to find them, you just got to go looking. Sometimes the nature of an e-discovery investigation is that you'll start off with a pretty big net, and then you will gradually tune it by tuning the search parameters until you find the information you want. And the Teams information will be captured in those searches, and it'll be up to you to decide up to the investigators rather, to decide whether or not the information that's captured is relevant. Okay, so and 2 points that come from this slide, which were not covered before. The first thing is that you got this thing called GDPR DSRs. A DSR is a data subject request. It means that somebody can go to a company and say, I know that you have information about me available online. Please show me what information you want. You have. Office 365 has this thing called a DSR search. It will go and search all of Office 365 for information relating to that individual. The reason why I put it here, wanted to mention it here, is twofold. Firstly, Teams information will be picked up. Why? Because it's in those compliance records. But secondly, to sound a warning, which is that never, never, never give unfiltered search results to a DSR requester. The reason being is that it's an e-discovery search, and as an e-discovery search, it will uncover some stuff that is not relevant, shouldn't be given, it's not pertaining to the person. It might be something that you don't have to give to that person under GDPR. You should always do a review of search information, of the information returned by the search when you're responding to a GDPR DSR. The second thing I wanted to say is that if you export information from a search, which is quite common, you may have to export it for external review by an investigator who's skilled in a particular area. The information is going to be exported as mail items. Why? Because they're compliance records, which are captured as mail items. So you'll be able to open with them in Outlook and Outlook Desktop and read them quite easily there. Okay, the audit log. The audit log is a really important piece of infrastructure because it's where an awful lot of information is captured, including information about teams. Office 365 keeps information for E3 accounts for up to 90 days and E5 accounts for up to 365 days in the audit log. So you've got a good period of time to go and searching. Normally within 30 minutes after an event takes place, whether it's recorded by Teams itself, by Exchange, or by SharePoint, it will be recorded and it will be available in the Office log, along with lots of other stuff like Azure Active Directory information like sign-ins or failures to sign in and so forth and so on. So the reason why I include it here is that if you're in a compliance environment, you'll be able to find a lot of information from the compliance records for Teams, but to fill out and get the complete context, which is required for an investigation, you're probably also going to need some information like when did somebody log on to Teams? What client did they log on to Teams with? Did they do anything out of the ordinary? You can find all that information in the audit log, which is searchable either with the Compliance Center GUI or with PowerShell. Personally speaking, I would always do it in PowerShell because the information that you're going to get back is probably going to need to be parsed, and PowerShell is very powerful at parsing audit information to extract the information you really need and the stuff that is most pertinent to the investigation. And then you can export it then from once you've found all the right information from PowerShell into wherever you want, like Excel. So I wanted to add this to your thoughts to say, you know what, when I'm doing compliance with Teams, I'm not just going to use the tools that are directly associated with Teams. I'm going to also use stuff that's in the rest of Office 365, like the audit log. Okay, data loss prevention. Data loss prevention is an E5 feature for Teams, which is kind of unusual because you can have exactly the same DLP policies, data loss prevention policies, running for Exchange Online and SharePoint, and you only need Office 365 E3. I've never really understood this, the reason why, but that's the way it is. But the point is that if you create a DLP policy, it's probably going to be looking for something like some sensitive data, be it a sensitive data type like a credit card number or a social security number, or indeed one of these trainable classifiers passing in messages. And you may want to say, okay, I don't really want people sharing this information within Teams. If I see information like this appearing in Teams, I want to block it. And the way things work is slightly different to any other workload. Teams will actually allow you to post messages containing sensitive information, but that information will be found and blocked very soon afterwards. Because what happens is that Teams posts the information, it goes through a thing called the chat aggregator. And once messages have been posted through the chat aggregator, they show up in clients. At that point in time, the DLP agents start kicking in. And the DLP agents will notice that, hey, that message that was just posted in that channel or in that chat contains information that shouldn't be shared. And it will then go and impose the block. So it's slightly different to the way it would work inside Exchange or SharePoint, where SharePoint won't be allowed to share a document, for instance. Right there, you'll never get to sharing because the DLP policy block will be put in place to stop sharing. Inside Teams, you'll see this. It could take 5 seconds, it could take 7 seconds. It all depends on the workload on the service. You will see for a particular period of time that information which you want to block is available to the recipient, but then all of a sudden it'll be withdrawn, it'll be blocked, and that's just the way it works. Okay, information barriers. Last thing I really want to cover here is to talk about this concept. It's another E5 thing. There's a lot of this complex compliance stuff needs E5. Possibly because it's stuff that's out of the ordinary and it's a lot of automation in it, and basically inside the Office 365 world, anything that has automation attached to it or machine learning attached to it, or artificial intelligence attached to it, needs to have an E5 license. Anyway, if you're coming from the world of email, you're probably aware of things like ethical firewalls, which have classically existed to stop things like two groups of users talking to each other, even though they share the same email system. Well, information barriers are the Office 365 implementation of ethical firewalls that can work for multiple workloads. They work for Exchange, and they work for Teams right now, and they're going to work for SharePoint in the future. When you implement an information barrier policy, you basically define the people you don't want to communicate. They're called segments. So in this case, we've got you don't want the information bankers and the financial advisors talking together, but they can both talk to the HR people because they both want to complain about stuff, I guess. But so you would have a policy that says investment bankers can't talk to finance, investment bankers can't talk to HR, and vice versa. Once those policies are in place, teams will monitor the communications in all the various shapes and sizes that exist between those people. So it'll stop them chatting, it'll stop the investment bankers seeing financial advisors in the directory view. They won't be allowed to schedule meetings with each other if that would cause a violation. So if an investment banker sets up a meeting with a HR person and then later on invites a financial advisor, the financial advisor will be automatically removed from the meeting because their presence would be a violation of this policy, and so forth and so on. And that's the way it works. I got to say that information barrier policies take a lot of planning to get right. It probably takes some experimentation to get right, and they're in their early days, so they're, they can become very complex. Let's put it like that. But if you do your preparation and you know what you're trying to achieve, and you're not just playing around with it, they do work. They really do work. Okay, summary of all of that. There's lots and lots and lots of compliance technology and functionality within Office 365, much of it which now is available to Teams. Teams has managed to inherit a lot of that functionality because it's piggybacked on top of Exchange Online and the use of these compliance records, which is how it gets access to things like communications compliance, for instance, and e-discovery and content search and all the rest of it, and indeed retention policies. Those compliance records are really a key component. But the final thought, anything to do with compliance, don't just rush into deploy. Plan what you're going to do, test it, test again, then go and deploy, especially retention, because retention, as we've seen, especially with Teams, is quite complex. You've got this interaction between Exchange and Teams and the client. The minimum retention policy, I think, is now down to 7 days, or maybe it's even down to a day now. So that's pretty intense. So you want to make sure that you've got everything done right before you launch it into production. Okay, so there's lots going on in this day. I hope you're getting the information you want. But thank you for joining me in this session. I hope you learned a little bit about compliance and Teams, and I hope it helps you in your deployments. Thanks very much.
The session has now concluded. Don't forget to download your handout at petri.com/conferences or tune into one of our many other sessions during Get IT Teams Day. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, I'm Tom Morgan. I'm a Product Innovation Architect at Modality Systems. I've been working with the Microsoft Teams development platform since it really started, and before that, in various guises of Link and Skype for Business. So I understand this world. I understand how it can be a little bit confusing to come into if you're kind of not already working in the space. So I'm going to try and demystify some of that in this session. I do want to start talking a little bit broadly about the development platform. It's getting loads of attention at the moment. And that really shouldn't be a surprise, though, because it's solving the same problem that Microsoft solved about 20 years ago. Let me tell you what I mean by that. This story was told to me by somebody who was actually there. So think back to 2001. TAPI, the telephone API, was a thing. CTI, computer telephone integration, was a thing. It had been around for a few years, and Microsoft were trying to think about how to get into that space and how to get into the telephony world. there was a team at Microsoft assigned to trying to figure this out and looking at that problem of how people would be working on their computer and the phone would ring and they would swivel away from the computer and answer the phone. How could Microsoft bring those two worlds together? And that team had semi-regular reviews with Bill Gates, and he didn't like the proposals Microsoft were discussing at the time. They were all around copying existing PBX solutions. And he kept asking, what's our strategy? What's our strategy? And he didn't like the answers he was getting. And eventually he gave his own opinion. Our strategy is software. And his key point was that by itself, the voice over IP is not enough. Microsoft's goal was to make real-time communication a feature that can be consumed in any type of software. And that's really what led to all of the developer APIs and tools that you saw in Lync and Skype for Business. And that really is the same problem. 20 years on, it's the same problem. People are spending more time communicating, collaborating inside teams, but they're still having to context switch. This time they're switching to different applications to action their work, to look up information. So there's still all this context switching happening. So Microsoft are trying to solve this same problem again with more software. This time it's by empowering developers to bring those actions, bring that information inside teams, keep users productive by keeping them inside of teams and reducing the amount of context switching. And that's led really to this explosion in capability, and it can be really confusing to understand what to use when. So I'm going to take you through the big three development surfaces and what they're for. Then at the end, I'm just going to show you how to use something called app templates to really jumpstart your team's application journey. So looking at those three big areas then, there's the graph APIs, there's the Teams UI experience, and bots. And I'm going to go through each one in turn, explain a little bit about it, why you'd use them, things to watch out for. Let's start with the graph APIs. And really, these are lifecycle management APIs. They're sometimes called the transactional APIs. They're your gets, your puts, your deletes, create a team, update a team, get a team, delete a team. Add members to a team, take members away, add channels, add messages, do all those kind of functional, pulling the levers of controlling and automating teams. And that can be really powerful in helping people get started when you're rolling out teams for adoption. It can be really useful in automating processes. There's a few things to watch out for. So Teams is the APIs are part of Microsoft Graph. And so they conform to a lot of the same kind of standards that Microsoft Graph does. It's the same Azure AD application model. It's the same mix of user delegated or application delegated permissions. One key differentiator is something called resource-specific consent, which right now is only available to Teams workloads. It's a special type of permission set inside Microsoft Graph. And the problem they're trying to solve is, let's say you have an application that creates channels inside of a team. Now, the ability to create channels requires quite a powerful permission set inside Graph. And you're going to bump up against IT if you write applications that all they're trying to do is just automate adding some channels to a team, but the permission you're asking for in Graph is quite wide. So what RSC does, resource-specific consent, empowers team owners to authorize those types of actions for an application within the scope of the team. So the team owner can say, yep, I authorize this application to create teams within the bounds of the team that I own. That means that team owner doesn't have to go to IT. The application does not get that site-wide permission. It just gets the permission to operate inside that team. And that really can unblock applications being approved by IT teams as they go through that journey of IT teams trying to understand the permission landscape and the risk model. So if you haven't used any of these APIs before, there's really good documentation, but one thing I would say you should really go and try out is Graph Explorer. So Graph Explorer, it's built into like a web page. It just enables you to try these APIs out with sample data or to sign in as yourself and try them with your own data. A couple of things to be aware of. So there's a 1.0 stream and there's a beta stream. The 1.0 is GA, it's supported, you're good to go on it. The beta is not production ready, so you should not write production code against beta, but all the exciting stuff happens on beta. So that's where the workloads will come first. There's more functionality in beta than there is in 1.0. So if you can't find what you're looking to try and do in 1.0, go have a look at the beta schema. The documentation is really good. It's the same documentation page. There's just a toggle to flip between 1.0 and beta. But go and see if what you're looking to try and do is in beta, because it might be, and then you just need to sort of monitor it to be aware of when it goes into that GA timeframe if you're writing production level apps. You need to be aware of throttling like any API. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. And again, be aware of the permission set you're asking for. The documentation really helps here as well, as does Graph Explorer. Graph Explorer has a really nice way of telling you the permission set that you need for the calls that you're making. So let's talk a little bit about throttling. So throttling is really, it's graph protecting itself. It's a massive multi-tenanted service. You know, it has to have some kind of limits. Kind of confusingly, there are both graph level and service level limits, and it's often hard to tell why you're being throttled if you do get into that world of starting to see throttling problems occurring. Each service has their own limits within graph. Some are very clearly laid out, some are not very clearly laid out, if I'm honest. The Teams one is pretty good. They lay out a whole chart of published rate limits that you should adhere to. If throttling does occur, you'll get a 429, an HTTP 429 response. Sometimes you'll get a retry after header. It depends a little bit on the workload, because when we say Teams, depending on what you're trying to do, sometimes it's also SharePoint if you're going to go and get files. Sometimes it's users if that's what you're looking for. So sometimes you'll get retry after headers. The pure Teams API calls, actually, I don't think they do give you retry after headers at the moment. So you'll just get that 429 response, in which case you need to do something sensible like exponential random backoff, just to make sure you're not hammering the service, because those 429 responses do count against your rate limits as well. So like I say, there's good published rate limits, so go and understand those. They're kind of different limits for each different type of thing you're trying to get back from graph. So it can be a little bit confusing to try and work out why you're being throttled in some circumstances. There is also some kind of fairly well laid out guidance and fairly prescriptive guidance on polling and how often you should poll and when not to poll and how to avoid being kind of throttled as well. And there's a couple of things that you can do as well to try and reduce your likelihood of being being throttled and coming into this at all. One of those is batching. So batching is a mechanism across all of Graph where you can group together events. So if you know you need to go and make 5 or 6 Graph calls, actually you can batch them all into one big call, send it all off once, get the data back in one response. You can group it across workloads, so you can have completely disparate ones like in this screenshot, where I'm actually getting data from both SharePoint, but also Planner, some group stuff. And I'm doing 3 gets and a patch. So you can be completely kind of disparate, but you can group it up together in up to 20 requests per batch. Annoyingly, get/teams is not supported, so just bear that in mind. And it's sometimes not quite obvious which API calls are supported and which aren't supported by batching. So sometimes the documentation can help, sometimes good old trial and error and see what happens. Other things you can do. So for bulk data, so if you have an application that wants to get large amounts of data out of Graph, consider something like Data Connect. There are different data sets for Data Connect, and they will deliver the data from your tenant directly to Azure Data Factory. So they're very good for getting large amounts of data very quickly. There is a limited number of data sets supported by Data Connect, not Microsoft Teams data. Now, I've included it in this list because when we say Teams, actually, there are other workloads that are interesting that you may want to also get alongside Teams. So it's worth reviewing to see if the things you're trying to get kind of show up in that list. And also it's an evolving picture. Microsoft are adding new capabilities all the time, so it is worth kind of checking back to see if something like Data Connect exists for Teams. The other thing you can do is called Delta queries. So this is where when you get a result set back, you get a Delta token, which you hang on to. And if you submit that Delta token next time, you'll get the difference since the Delta token. So it's easier for the developer because you don't have to do large amounts of deduplication. It's easier for Graph because they're not sending you duplicate amounts of data all the time. And also it can tend to reduce the amount of traffic. Not supported by all the workloads, but it is supported by some inside Teams, including getting chat messages, which can be a really heavy kind of workload to try and get at scale. So Delta queries are supported by chat messages. The big thing, though, that really makes a difference is change notifications. This is a completely different model for getting data to everything you might understand and expect from an API. So this is not you polling to an endpoint to see what's changed. This is you subscribing for changes and Graph telling you when something new happens. So it's a webhook type mechanism. It requires you to kind of create and maintain a subscription to listen for changes. It's kind of limited in workload, so it's not across all of Graph, but that is a growing list, and Teams has a number of different workloads it supports now. The most recent one recently announced is Presence, so you can now subscribe to Presence updates using this mechanism. There's no more polling, which should be good news for developers because it's a bit of a pain. And actually, you can use something like Azure Functions or anything serverless really to achieve some really good scale and sort of keep your costs low, because your code is only going to run in response to Graph pinging it to kind of say something new has happened. So you can actually really scale out without breaking the bank. They're quite easy to set up. So you send a post message to the subscription endpoint. You can see here I'm using the beta endpoint. So graph.microsoft.com/beta/subscriptions. And in the body of that payload, you tell it that you want to set up a subscription, change type of created, you give it the resource type. So here I'm subscribing to all messages in all teams in my tenant. And I've got an expiration date and my super secret client value. When I do that, a couple of things are going to happen. First of all, Graph is going to send my endpoint back a validation token. So as soon as I send that post, it's going to send back a validation token. I need to ingest that and send it back to Graph. It's kind of like a handshake, so Graph knows that the endpoint I've given it is legit and is expecting these messages. And then after that, nothing else happens until I get a new message, and then Graph will automatically send my endpoint that new message. And the body of that payload, it just depends what you're subscribing to. Subscriptions last until the expiry date, which can be different depending on different workloads. So that can be a kind of a bit of a gotcha. So for instance, if you're subscribing to Teams chats, it's around about 3 days, just under 3 days. If you're subscribed to Teams Presence, it's only an hour. So just be aware of that. You can renew subscriptions as well by doing a patch. There's an example on the screen, and that will just renew it for another period of time, similar to the original subscription time. So that's kind of really high level, the transactional Graph APIs, what you might use them for and how you might interact with them. Let's look a little bit at the Teams UI and the client and the experience and the options for developers in kind of building out a nice user experience around the client. There's a few places now that you can kind of make changes into Teams. So tabs are the most common one. Everybody's kind of familiar with those. Personal tabs, also group and channel tabs. Messaging extensions, I think, are really interesting and kind of underused. I'm going to show you one in a minute because I think they're worth shouting about. They're a really good way of bringing information from legacy systems into Microsoft Teams. You can also do cool things like link unfurling. So that's when you put a link in to Teams, it will automatically go and find, if it's a URL, it'll go and find the title, a nice picture, give you that kind of nice preview. If you've got internal systems that have their own URL format, internal URLs and stuff like that, that won't work. But you can write your own code to do that link unfurling to provide additional information and make really nice looking previews for everyone inside your organization if you're all sharing internal URLs all the time. So you can combine these things, these meshing extensions, tabs, task modules as well, kind of nice pop-up, almost like dialog boxes to capture user information, to kind of build out your application. You don't have to use them in complete isolation. You can combine them together to make a nice experience. You can combine them with bots as well. Most recently announced at Inspire 2020 is a new type of UI experience here. So in addition to what you see on the screen, you'll also be able to add kind of some UI elements into the meeting experience, both pre and post meeting as well. So that's quite interesting, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of new applications come out of that and what kind of people will be able to do as part of that. So I'm going to quickly show you messaging extensions because I think they are, like I say, a bit underrated, and I don't think enough people use them. So I'm in Teams, it's my Teams test tenant, and down here at the bottom, I've got, it's where my, where you go for your GIFs and your emojis and everything else. I can, as a developer, I can put extra buttons down here. So this is my messaging extension down here. So let's say I have a internal product catalog, and as part of that, it's got loads of product codes because that's what our company does all day. And we're constantly talking about different product codes. But if I'm new into the organization, I have to learn all these product codes, and I'm constantly switching out to my product catalog to look up all these different product codes. Wouldn't it be great if I could just bring that product catalog directly into Microsoft Teams? So I can do that with a messaging extension here. So if I start to put in the product code, then it's just going to look up in my product catalog, which is completely fictional and built dynamically. So it takes a couple of seconds to build and is all pictures of cats. But you can kind of see the idea. I can look at my product based on its product code, get some information about stock, and it's going to make me a really nice card that I can drop straight into the conversation with a link to my CMS as well. So instantly, my old legacy product catalog that doesn't really know about mobile, doesn't really understand what the web is, suddenly, by bringing it into Teams, anybody can access this anywhere inside the organization if you're signed into Microsoft Teams, and that can be desktop, web, and mobile as well. So instantly, this is a great way of really kind of bringing information from legacy applications directly into Teams. The other thing I want to show you is the Microsoft Teams toolkit for Visual Studio, because this is quite new, and I think it's a really nice way of getting started if you've not done anything with the Teams UI experience before. So this is scaffolding. So it's provided by Microsoft. It's built into Visual Studio Code as an extension. It shows up here. And it's coming, so it's Visual Studio Code right now. It's coming to sort of full Visual Studio soon. And yes, this is like a nice landing point. It tells you all the things you need to do. So for instance, creating a developer account, enabling custom apps, setting up ngrok so you can do some tunneling. One of the gotchas with writing some of these extensions and UIs for Teams is that you really want to test it in Teams. So for the full experience, you kind of need to test it inside the Teams client, but you still want to run your code locally because you still want to get breakpoints and do debugging and stuff like that. And that's a kind of hard problem to solve because Teams is expecting you to have a publicly accessible, your application to be publicly accessible with a HTTPS endpoint that all of its Teams servers can see. And you're not going to get that by having your code running off localhost. So ngrok, which they talk about here, and they also have a nice sort of documentation page on doing it here. ngrok is a nice way of doing that. It's tunneling software really that will link up your local host to an HTTPS endpoint you can give to Teams, meaning that you can do local development still, but access your application through Teams. So this is a nice landing point. The real kind of power here with this toolkit though is if I go to create new Teams app and just give it something here, and it's going to ask me what I want to do. So do you want a tab? Do you want a bot? Do you want a messaging extension? And it's going to scaffold up for me everything I need for this application. So if I just say tab and let's say just a personal tab, click finish, it's going to create some code for me, and I can now go and find this code and just look at it. And basically what it's doing, unlike some of the other kind of demos and samples you might see, this is just what I need to get this stuff done. Like it's not loads and loads of additional kind of sample code for trying all sorts of different things out and showing off loads of different things. It's the bare minimum you need to write this application. So you can see here, there's a line here that just says, congratulations, this is the tab you made. If you delete that line, you're at the bare minimum you need to write a tab Microsoft Teams application. But you've got everything you need. The other thing, if you build this, you will get out the other end a manifest file that you can drop directly into Microsoft Teams. You can sideload it as an app, and you can get going debugging. So this is a really nice way of getting started really quickly, using the scaffolding to kind of get going without having to like build everything up from scratch and understand, what the Teams manifest is, how you get the the Teams client SDK and all the rest of it. You can start from here, and it'll make so much more sense. So if we're talking about building apps inside Teams, just a couple of things to think about, because building an app inside Teams is different from building other types of applications that you might be used to, because Teams is all about collaboration. So you need to think about collaboration when you're building your application and make your app about collaboration. Don't try and create something that gets users stuck. So think about, as users are using your application, how can they bring other people into that conversation? How can they share what they're seeing in your application with others? So whether that's like being able to post information straight to channels, whether it's making it very easy to share data, whether it's your application dropping information into channels as well, and also making it user customizable as well, so users get a really nice experience. Don't make applications that get users stuck and drive them into like a dead end that they have to kind of back out of. And don't just standard stuff about designing applications as well, like talk to your users, understand their problems, and just try and understand what it is they're trying to solve and the problems that they're trying to solve as well as you go into that design experience, because doing it inside Teams can make it a really nice collaborative experience if you get it right. Okay, let's talk about bots in Teams, because bots are huge. Everybody wants to write a bot. It's understandable. They're really kind of changing up how we talk to data, how we interact with data, how we get stuff done. And bots inside Microsoft Teams does make quite a lot of sense, because if you've got a user and you've got lots of disparate pieces of information, that might be legacy applications, it might be other workloads that need actioning, it might be other information across the rest of Microsoft 365. Bots can do a really good job of finding that data or actioning those things and bringing it back to users and keeping users like contained, not context switching all over the place, staying inside one place, interacting with their bots, especially if that place is Microsoft Teams. Then you can kind of see how users are staying in one place using bots to kind of interact with these other systems and get data from other places. So when we talk about bots inside Microsoft Teams, it's actually delivered by a completely separate service, a completely different product group called the Bot Framework team that have been around for quite a long time and are sort of separate in a way from the Microsoft Teams team. And what the Bot Framework team do is recognize that developers like to build apps, like to build bots, and they want to focus on the business that their bot is doing. They don't want to spend all of their time writing connectors for different services where their bot might run. So the Bot Framework team have created a thing, an abstraction, if you like, that developers code against, and then the Bot Framework process will abstract away the mechanics of how you interact with different channels. So you write your code once against the Bot Framework, and the Bot Framework will call your code, and then the Bot Framework will be responsible for interacting that with different channels. So if you want to add more channels to your bot, you simply kind of tick boxes and turn those channels on. And that can be Microsoft Teams or Skype for Business, but also things like Slack. It could be SMS via Twilio, it could be email. It can be something you embed in a web page. Most recently announced at Build, 2 new services for Amazon Alexa and Google Home. And that's really interesting, actually, because I had a bot that was already working on Microsoft Teams. And I just, the day this got announced, I just went to the Bot Framework. I ticked the box to say, make it work on Alexa. I filled in some details in the development portal for Alexa. We traded some API keys, and suddenly, without me having to write any more code, I can now talk to my Amazon Alexa and execute that same bot that I wrote for Microsoft Teams. So that's actually pretty amazing. So Bot Framework is the mechanism by which you write your bots for Microsoft Teams. And this whole framework has massively evolved in the past few years. So I used to do a talk a few years ago, 2017, around building a weather bot. And it was a great example demo because everybody understands a bot to go and get the weather, like what's the weather in London, what's the weather in New York, everybody gets that. And it's quite a simple thing. It just goes and calls an API to get the weather. But actually, that's great because everybody understands it. And also, every organization has that similar problem of a user interacting with a bot and then calling an API to get something done. So I did this session, and it was a 60-minute session, and the whole 60 minutes was me sitting in the keyboard writing code from scratch. And I had to hustle that whole 60 minutes to write that bot because it was that much code to kind of pull together all the config and everything to get it to work. You can see from the photo that someone took, I brought my own keyboard to that session just because like I had that much code to write. And it probably wasn't, at first start, it was terrifying. The whole session was terrifying because it was like one massive live demo. And so the potential for it to go wrong was huge. But also it probably wasn't very interesting because I didn't have time really to properly kind of do the backstory and explain the whys. It was just kind of me talking through the things I was doing. Anyway, fast forward a year, that same session on building a weather bot is now only 30 minutes long. What's changed? The bot framework team got embedded inside Microsoft Azure. So you can now create an Azure bot service instance inside Microsoft Azure. That really helped take away all of the scaffolding and setup work and made it much, much easier to get started just with a bot that you then built functionality on top of. So suddenly this 60-minute session was now a 30-minute session. You can still do this today. If you go to Microsoft Azure today, you can go and look for a web app bot. That's what it's called. You can go and create one. Looking down here at bot templates, if you choose an Echo bot, which I think is a good idea, rather than something completely blank, you will get sample code scaffolding kind of built in. You'll end up, it will create a bot that functionally works for you straight off the bat. So as soon as it's created, you can go in, you can go to test in web chat, you can write a message, you can instantly see it, echo it back to you. So you've got something that works. You could also, if you wanted to at this point, go to channels, tick the box for Microsoft Teams and have that same bot work in Microsoft Teams. So if you're just starting out in bots, this is a great place to start because you'll have something working within kind of 10 minutes. From there, you can go to the build tab. You can download all of that source code directly as a solution project, or you can click the online code editor and just look around and see what that bot does and make edits on the fly. So really kind of easy to get started now, and that really, really helped. But we're not done because that was a few years ago. Now bring it up to back end of last year, Microsoft Ignite 2019, and the bot framework team came out with the bot framework composer. Now that's a UI for building bots. It's a drag and drop kind of surface that you kind of drag bits onto and you build up a working bot. Now, this isn't meant as a zero code solution. This is kind of by devs for devs because behind the scenes, you're writing actual code as well. This is really useful for getting started really quickly, or maybe a developer sitting alongside a process designer or a business person to understand how the bot should work and how it should operate. At any point, you can drop into code. You can export this project as a solution file. You can go and drop into the code and get it if you want to. You don't have to at this point. You could, if this composer does everything you need it to, you can go straight from here, publish it to Azure, and you're done. But yeah, you do have the option. So building a weather bot inside this experience is now, it's just like a workflow. You ask a question, you store it in a variable, you can go and access an external resource, call an API. But this is a really good learning tool as well, because look at some of the other things you can do, the OAuth login, connecting to a Q&A knowledge base, the dialogue management, conditions, asking questions. You can set these scenarios up and then just download the code and see how Microsoft are doing it, see how the bot framework team have done it. This is a really good learning tool as well. And then, yeah, once you've done that, then you're just looking at the kind of getting the response back, parsing the JSON, and then giving information back to the user. So the bot framework composer is a really nice kind of addition to the bot framework lineup, and is really good if you're just starting out, because it's a great place to start and understand what the code's doing. It's a great kind of jumpstart POC spike tool, yeah, it's a really nice addition to the lineup. It's worth at this point mentioning as well, also announced at Ignite 2019 was another UI for building bots, Power Virtual Agents. So this is really meant as a no-code solution. So it's part of the Power Platform, and so it is licensed as part of the Power Platform, specifically licensed in that way, in the way that Bot Framework Composer isn't really licensed, it's open source, you just run it, but you're obviously responsible for the bits that you then put into Azure and create inside your Azure tenant. Whereas this is much more of a kind of a SaaS offering. The kind of the superpower, if you like, of Power Virtual Agents for me is that you can directly execute flows that you build in Power Automate. So if you already have lots of flows set up, if you understand, like if that's how you drive a lot of business processes and get stuff done, you can really quickly put bots in front of that to gather the information you need to kick off your flows, and really quickly get going with something quite powerful. You can also publish directly to teams from Power Virtual Agents as well. So it's just kind of a worth mentioning, kind of in passing that process as well. So those are the big three areas. However, I don't think this talk would be complete really without me touching a bit on app templates. So app templates are really kind of interesting and I think powerful. So what if I told you that there are a collection of apps that solve real world business problems? You know, they're written by Microsoft and the community. You download them and you deploy them into your Azure tenant. They come with detailed documentation, they come with architecture and solution. They're completely free and they're open source. That's what Microsoft are building. They're building out this catalog of apps that solve these problems. They're written by Microsoft and all the community, but they reach a certain quality bar. They're all open source, but they come with really good documentation. I'll show you an example. So one of the app templates is something called list search, and that surfaces information that you have in your SharePoint lists. So lots of organizations have lots of information in SharePoint lists, and people are constantly going to look up the information in the SharePoint list to find out what's going on. Surfacing that as an extension, a message extension, similar to the one I showed you before around the product catalog, but for a SharePoint list, that's really useful. So Microsoft have that as an app template. It looks a bit like this. It's really easy to set up because they've written all the code for you. It comes with everything you need to get going. It deploys into your tenant, but it's also open source. So you can take the code, you can brand it, you can change how it works. You could just look through the code for ideas or build it into something larger as well. This is what it looks like when you go there. And this can be a bit off-putting to people because if you're not a developer by trade, you might come here and it's GitHub and that's a bit scary. But don't worry, look down past the folder files. There's three, and all of these app templates work the same. There's three key kind of links here: the documentation, the deployment guide, and the architecture. Focus on those. They will give you all the information you need about what you're doing. So nice description about what it does with screenshots telling you what it's for. A solid deployment guide that you don't need to be a developer to understand. You can just follow the instructions. You don't, it comes with a cost estimate, tells you where the data is going. There's a solution overview as well to understand actually what's happening under the hood, or if anyone from IT comes to you and asks you what this app is, you can give them this. So yeah, this is a really nice solution, I think. Like the whole idea of app templates is a really nice approach, because if you don't want to write code but you do want applications, then these are solving actual problems. So you can go and find the app that's right for you, deploy it, never think about development again, and you're done. If you are a developer, you can take this and extend it, or you can just take it for training and ideas, because they're all really well written and they're solving actual problems. So once you understand the problem they're solving, you can look through the code and understand how it's put together, how you actually write a bot and a tab and a messaging extension all together, how you make them play with each other nicely, what's the central store, how do you do the auth, all those kind of problems. You've got really good sample code to help you understand some of that stuff. So kind of bring it all together. If you haven't already started building applications for Microsoft Teams, then I think you really should. Like there shouldn't be anything stopping you at this point. There's loads of different tools, and yes, like it can be a bit confusing to understand where to start, but hopefully like you get now, do I need to do something in the Teams UI? Do I need to do a bot? Do I need to interact with Graph to get my stuff done? Do I need to do all three and make something that kind of uses all these things together and interacts? There's lots and lots of tools to help you succeed here. So I've put some links on the screen for some of the things I've talked about in this talk. The jumping off point for the whole of the Teams developer platform link is there as well. That's a good place to go to start for sample code in not just .NET, but also lots and lots of other languages as well, depending on where it is you're going. You can write in Node, you can write in Python, you can write in Java. There's lots of different options, lots of different sample code, lots of different concepts. All the throttling information is in that area as well. This is a really exciting and evolving space at the moment. Building applications around Microsoft Teams means you can create these experiences and bring kind of data to users where they're already doing that collaboration work and empower them to do more and just kind of achieve more and be more productive. So for me, I would say give it a go today. Start with something and start building applications on Microsoft Teams today. You might be surprised where it takes you. Thanks very much for watching.
The session has now concluded. Don't forget to download your handout at petri.com/conferences or tune into one of our many other sessions during Get IT Teams Day. Thanks for joining us. And that's a wrap, folks. That's been a heck of a day of IT Pro Teams related content, and we still have more to come on Petri.com. But make sure you get all of your handouts. You can find more information at Petri.com/conferences, where you'll find links to the conference to be able to download all the session materials. But we want to thank Nicole, all of our MVPs for joining us today and helping putting together this valuable content that will live on our site. We also want to thank you, the viewer, for hanging out with us. It has been a very jam-packed day, and you'll have replay sessions up on Petri.com here actually right now, and you can go watch that if you missed any of the sessions. To everyone who has helped put this together, to everyone who presented, and to everyone watch, we thank you for hanging out with us.